Okay, I think we'll get going here, Madam Clerk. To call the regular meeting of Township Council to order for Monday, December 5th. I'd like to begin by acknowledging we are on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. With that, I'll get a motion to adopt and receipt of the agenda items, adding the additional delegation request C2. So moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Kunst. Call the question on that. Oh, yeah. I'd rather use this again. And that's carried unanimously. Move on to B1, adoption of the regular minutes from the regular council meeting on November 14th. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any discussion? No. Call the vote. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Moving on to B2, adoption of the minutes for the public hearing on November 14th. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Kunst. I actually have some discussion on this, Madam Clerk. I believe on the public hearing, we spelt a delegate's submission's name wrong. I believe we listed a Brad Rickard as a Brad Richter. I'm trying to find that now. That's on.
We'll make the amendment.
They check that fix? Okay, thank you. So any other discussion? No, call the question. Oh, man, this is painful. Softness, but painful. There we go. That carries unanimously. Moving on to delegation C1. Please step forward. C1 is Harinder Chauhan, is that correct? Will you please state your names and your neighborhoods for the record? Oh, hold on here. You gotta turn your mic on. Hold on. I'm not sure. Turn your mic on. I'm not sure which one that is.
Good.
There we go.
Okay, my name's Amrit Kang. I live in Guildford. Sorry.
Great. Thanks.
Our family's just purchased a house in Township. It's the first time we're actually moving to a new dwelling. And it's about an acre lot, and there is a lot of trees on the property. We have no issues with any of the other trees. There's just 2 trees that come directly in the center of the property where we had planned to build the house. And we're not getting permission to be able to remove those trees. We have no issues planting like double, triple the trees because there is a lot of space on the property. But we are just asking if we can have permission to demolish those 2 trees so we can go ahead with our proposed plan.
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your submission?
Yeah.
In your delegation? All right, thank you. Is there not seeing any questions from council? You have a question? Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you. What type of trees are these and how
I
big
have
are
pictures. I believe they are cedars.
they? They're cedars. So red cedars? Or
I can show
Western
you
red?
pictures.
You could provide those to the clerk if you can.
Okay, yeah, that
Have those distributed to council.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how big are they?
They're probably about like
And not big enough, so they're small trees. So I talked to the arborist too, so my arborist, he recommended so we can remove it.
they're about probably
So
like
we had
11,
ours.
12 feet. 11 to 12 feet.
11 to 12 feet tall?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that good, Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Not seeing any other speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council will consider it later on in the agenda.
Yeah, so we are waiting from 1 year. So all the plan is done. So from engineering and the building department. So they said we will just issue the plan if the tree department is done, right? So now tree department is very long wait. It's over the 1 year now. We are waiting. Yes.
Do you happen to have your BP number handy?
I can check. Yeah.
Okay, you can
Yeah,
get
one
that to us?
Yeah.
And also, Councillor Ferguson.
Yes,
Thank you, Michelle. Really simple question. What's the, did you write the address down of
Yeah, the address is on the, it should be on there.
on the delegation?
Mhm.
Is, I don't, can you give it to me again,
Yeah,
then,
it's
please?
22829 76B Crescent.
76B?
Crescent.
2282976B Crescent?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Van Popta, you have a question?
Approximately how many other trees are on your lot?
Every single side of the property is surrounded by trees. So there's probably like, I'd say 40 to 50 trees already on the property.
And these are the only two you're
These
proposing?
are the only two that come directly in the middle of the property. The BP number is 1477776.
Great, thank you very much. Anything else? I was not seeing any other questions. Thank you.
Do I just pass the pictures along over here?
Yes, you can.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
So moving on to the next delegation, C2. You'd like to come forward? Yeah. And just to state your name and neighborhood for the record if you can.
Okay, it's Tony Ward. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Woodward, and council members. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to present on this important matter. As mentioned, my name is Tony Ward. I'm a 50-year resident of Langley, little stint in Langley City. I'm here with my mother, Vera Ward, who's a longtime volunteer in the community and a 50-year resident as well. I'm just going to read my delegation document submission rather than riffing. So basically, I'm just asking the council just to consider the following. Just to, there's two particular points here. You might have already read it. But just to amend the agenda on page 21, section L, number 2, to reflect the correct name of the park from Airport View Park to Grant Ward Park, as referenced on township documents for accuracy and future search purposes. Secondly, more importantly, obviously, is just asking the council to complete the Grant Ward Airport View Park at the Langley Airport, and not to cancel it. At Grant Ward's, so my father's celebration of life on July 1st, which we did on purpose in light of his involvement with the Canada Day Committee and being a founding chair for the Canada Day Committee after taking over from Christian Life Assembly in the 1990s, and being a president for numerous years, we decided to have his celebration of life in view of COVID on July 1st, so he had passed the previous year. The project was presented by former Mayor Jack Froese with a concept drawing at that celebration of life. Furthermore, Township Chief Administrative Officer Mark Backen did note this dedicating of the park at the Langley Regional Airport in honor of Grant Ward in his 2021 annual report. The project was approved by council and the contract was awarded on October 26, 2022, which is publicly available online. A significant amount of money and staff time is probably being spent on this, seemingly, because if they've shown the concept drawings and they put it out to tender, and the page is 150 pages, thereabouts. So it's just a great honor to have something named in memorial of someone. It recognizes all the sacrifices that were made by that person, their community. Grant Ward did serve the community for nearly 50 years and was a 4-term council member, but also an active volunteer in the community. Understandably, not all the council members here may be familiar with my father's service, and I understand that. Given the sensitive nature of canceling parks, and that I just found about it on Friday for this agenda, especially one which has a community servants, and I understand time is limited here, sorry guys. I just think that needs public process before you cancel a park. And then, so my basic comments is I think it makes sense, or of course I'm trying to persuade you, and is that designated parks remain parks, and then contracts, whatever contracts they are, need to be honored. And once we commit to memorializing, I would hope that we follow through on that. So I just ask you to consider that. A few following comments, just, my involvement with the Langley Airport, my dad's happened in '89, we all got our licenses, and we were just passionate about the airport. And my dad followed up that with the CYNJ News. So he did, I think it was a monthly little news thing about advertising the airport. And of course, it's expanded. The airport has expanded continuously, and it's just a gem in our community. So this park, if you've seen the drawings, is just a beautiful design of basically a propeller if you fly over. And it's just gorgeous. Overlooks 0725 and 0119, I think. It's been a while. And it's just a beautiful view of the mountains. So I think it'd be a real gem in the community. I just asked for serious consideration. I appreciate this council has many bona fide projects. So thank you very much for your time.
I have a few questions from,
sure.
from council. Yeah. First up, Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, for coming. And I just wanted to recognize that, yeah, I mean, I was one of the council members that wanted to support that park. So hopefully further on in the agenda today that we can maybe have another discussion about that. So thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Right, Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Wood, for coming. And I just wanted to kind of echo Councillor Kunst's comments, even though I wasn't on council voting on this. Your dad had a big impact on moving the Walk to Remember forward. So for me, this would be something that I'd definitely look forward to Councillor Kunst's plans later in the meeting. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Right. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Ward, for coming today. I did just want to confirm, so there was a public announcement made, and it was made at a memorial service for your father?
That's correct. I made sure I was told about it ahead of time, and I said, am I allowed to say anything? And of course, I was told I could tell my mom and my brother. And then, yes, we had the then Mayor Jack Froze at my dad's celebration of life, so he did announce it, and I was allowed to show a drawing of the concept and everything.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, you mentioned that there's been a lot of work done on the planning for this park. Was it tendered to be constructed? Has the tender been put out?
What I found online is it was tendered,
Yeah.
and it was accepted. So you can search that and find that. It's not BC Bid, it's something like that. It's Myra or whatever it's called. I have the links.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Popta.
Just through your worship to staff.
We would ask questions of staff. It's to ask questions of the delegate.
Oh, okay.
We can certainly follow up with staff when we debate the item later on in the
Okay.
agenda. Is that okay?
Yep.
Great. Yeah, so no other speakers of council. I just had a question. I just want to make sure you are aware that the project initially started at around 150,000, is now projected to cost 520. You are aware of that?
I'm not totally aware of that.
520,000. So I just want to make
I
sure.
actually thought it was more than that. I thought I read online 595 or something. I could be wrong, but of course I appreciate that, and I would be in favor of anything, even a strip of grass there, because I think it will serve the community beautifully.
And then it started out at about 150, from what I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see I made it's almost taken the order there, Ms. Scott, but it's now your turn. Delegation C2, and that was Delegation C3. Sorry about that.
No problem at all.
Maybe
Mayor
state your
Woodward.
name and role for the record, please.
I will, thank you. My name is Heather Scott. I'm the Executive Director at Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation. So Mayor, Your Worship, Mayor Woodward, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and visit you today. I'm coming with my thanks. I'm coming with gratitude. Some of you will recall that last year, the mayor and council awarded $250,000 gift to Foundry Langley towards our $2.1 million campaign to open Foundry, to renovate and open Foundry Langley. I'm so happy to tell you that that gift opened up our community phase of our campaign, was fully matched, and then some, and we were able to close our campaign prior to Foundry opening this past July. My hope is that Lauren, the executive director at Foundry, could be with me today to tell you a little bit about the impacts that Foundry has made since it's opened. I will do my best, but on his behalf, I would invite each of you to come to Foundry and please take a tour if you haven't already. They are overwhelmed, and so they're inviting tours for springtime. But in the meantime, they're in their startup phase, just really trying to get all their systems in place. But let me back up just a minute. I brought with me today a little token of our appreciation. This is not exactly a replica of the plaque that is in the name of the Township of Langley in Foundry, which is much larger. there's that plaque, as well as with your generous donation, we're very happy to name a zone for the Township of Langley, and that is the group zone, including the demonstration kitchen, which will be, of course, a very frequented place at Foundry. Since Foundry opened, I will do my best. You might recall during the campaign, we were talking that we would see something in the range of 1,000 youth in Langley visit Foundry this year, in its opening year. We are on track to exceed those numbers. So that's kind of a good thing and also not a good thing, right? But we're so glad that the services are there, providing substance use, mental health counseling, primary counseling. I don't want to overpromise. There is a contract being worked on, so primary care is coming in soon, we're hoping and expecting. Substance use counseling, social services, peer supports, to name just a few. So primarily right now, counseling is definitely the highest use service. Youth can walk in and get the supports they need when they need them, which is so important because prior to Foundry, they could be waiting 6 months longer. And that's not healthy for anybody, let alone a child between the ages of 12 and 24. And so in addition to counseling, they're getting dentistry, housing, employment services, and so much more. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for your assistance in bringing Foundry to Langley. Truly, you've changed the lives of the youth in this community. Thank you.
I have one question from council so far. Councillor Kunst?
Thank you for coming, and I know that, as I'm sure former councillors here in our last term, we were just so happy to support the Foundry, and really nice to hear that it's gotten off to a really great start. So thank you for coming and sharing that.
Takes a village, doesn't it?
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Kuntz. Thank you. I will.
Yeah, so you can pass that on, that'd be great. And then I also wanted, that's excellent, I wanted to also echo that it was probably one of the highlights of the last term for many of us in terms of one of the things we can always think back on. And that for those that don't know, it was a contribution from the RCMP Reserve to help with this construction of a facility in the city of Langley. I think, can you remind us the percentage of township residents that it's going to serve? Do you remember that? It was, I think, roughly 55, almost 60% were expected to be township residents, something like that.
I'm afraid I can't answer
Can't
that question
remember
right
that,
now,
yeah.
Mayor Woodward. I can get that number and bring that
But you
back
can
to you,
maybe,
though. But
yeah.
it's youth. It's Langley youth.
Yeah.
The Foundry lives and resides in the city.
It's very close to the Township of Langley border, and it's going to be helping a lot of Langley youth, including the Township of Langley youth. And
Our youth know no boundaries, do they?
And it was
Right?
unanimously adopted by council. So again, thank you very much for coming back today.
My pleasure.
Okay,
Thanks for
thank you.
having me. I'll just point out that
Oh, I didn't see you there. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Heather, for coming tonight. No, we went through that process, we had some matching, and people came to the table for that. That was important to show how important something like this was to the community, as council as well. As a teacher of people with, medical, psychological problems and other problems for many years, I ran a special program. I think these type of facilities are paramount and very important. So you, Lauren, and your staff, I really appreciate what you're doing because there's always a need for these type of services. So I thank you and your team for doing this.
it's our pleasure. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I'll just point out that there's a bit of a report here.
Yeah,
Maybe it'll
great.
be circulated.
It will be circulated. And I got one more. Councillor Van Popta?
Sorry. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Foundry is something that is a personal thing for me, and I wish that it was here a few years ago. That said, do I reach out to you? I haven't had a chance to actually tour the facilities yet.
You can absolutely reach out to me. I will connect you directly with them. So it's just for clarity, I'm with the Hospital Foundation, and of course, as the fundraising part of the organization, so Encompass is a partner of ours, and Encompass operates Foundry. And so I would connect you directly with Kristen Coyne, who's the manager of Foundry, who'd be
Okay.
delighted to give you a tour.
That would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, my pleasure to do that.
Okay.
And I would encourage everybody to please take a tour. It is quite an extraordinary facility.
Is there a listing of services that are available on the website yet? The last time I checked in, I couldn't see kind of outside of general counseling and things like that.
You know what,
What
I'd have to take a
services?
look, but it's very responsive to the needs of the youth when they come in. And I should mention also to family members right? So they're there to support family who also need some support with their young people. So I couldn't say that for sure. I'll let you know when I email
All
you,
right.
okay?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Okay, moving on to D1. Chief Gamble, you want to come down? I wanted to say, I don't have speeches, but I wanted to say that it's pretty remarkable to serve over 40 years in the fire service, over 10 with the Township of Langley, and a number of significant accomplishments. So I wanted to make a small presentation and to council send this Township of Langley's gratitude to Chief Gamble.
Yeah, you're more.
Picture number 2.
Hello, Boo. Thank you.
All the council can come up and get a photo. Okay, moving on to item E1, presentation from staff regarding the tree protection bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just quickly, as I bring the presentation on the slide, just introduce Mr. Fong, who is one of our arborists at the Urban Forestry Department. And just as a quick reminder for Council, the presentation is in response to Council's direction that was given to staff upon receipt of a motion to amend the tree protection bylaw to address, amongst other things, the need for exemptions to provide for dead or dying trees. That was referred to staff. So this presentation is in response to that. And Mr. Fong, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Sefi. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak here today. As Mr. Sefi said, the reason for this presentation is to provide Council a brief overview of the challenges of administering the tree protection bylaw with respect to the process, restrictions, and staffing. Next slide. So at its regular meeting on November 14th, 2022, Council resolved to refer amendments to the tree protection bylaw to, amongst other things, provide exemptions for dead or dying trees as soon as practically possible to staff for a presentation to Council. So just to give you a bit of history here, the Township has had a tree protection bylaw since 2014. So an interim tree clear cutting bylaw for Brookswood Fern Ridge was first introduced in 2014 and was fully adopted in 2017. And then in 2019, it was further expanded to cover the entire township. And this bylaw in 2019 was based largely on the City of Richmond's tree protection bylaw. And in it, trees 30 centimeters in diameter or greater were subject to tree cutting permits. It also allowed for one tree removal within a 24-month period, and there was some public input opportunity on that. And then at the request of council, there was a 1-year review with a report to council. Staff recommendations referred to the Tree Protection Advisory Committee, or TPAC. And in that, the amended bylaw in 2021 came about with recommendations from the Tree Protection Advisory Committee. As you can see there, the tree sizes were reduced to 20 centimeters in diameter, and now it was applicable to building permit applications. And the 1-year tree removal permission within a 24-month period was removed. Next slide. So there have been some challenges with the amended bylaw. It has become resource intensive and administratively complex. It no longer allows 1 tree removal within the 24 months. It does not allow removal of a healthy tree 20 centimeters in diameter or greater, but only if dead, dying, disease, damaged, or in decline beyond expectation of recovery. It's applicable to building permit applications with need for applicants to demonstrate undue hardship to request approval to remove trees supported by arborist reports. And defining the parameters of undue hardship has been challenging and complex and is reviewed on a case-by-case basis, adding to BP review and approval process. So now building permits form a significant part of the process for tree under the tree bylaw. It more or less has added up to 2 months in additional review time for the application review process. Inconsistent arborist reports also increase processing times. Since the amended bylaw in 2021, we've had 467 tree removal applications. That includes building permits and regular tree cutting applications. And we have 631 outstanding total replacement tree inspections, and some of that includes the previous bylaw. So staff resource implications, we currently have 2 arborist vacancies and 3 new requests for 2023. That's 2 arborists and 1 clerical staff. So only trees deemed to be imminent failure or high risk or high or extreme risk to public safety, or trees that are dead, dying, diseased, or damaged beyond expected recovery are allowed to be removed. Arborist reports required with building permits and tree removal permit applications. The average price of an arborist report is between $300 to $500. There are exceptions to this. There are arborist reports that will cost much more than that, depending on the amount of trees that are being removed. Replacement trees with a security deposit of $500 per replacement tree required to plant replacement trees, or they can provide cash in lieu. So trees 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter require 1 replacement. Trees greater than 30 centimeters in diameter require 2 replacements. So a security deposit of $500 is required per replacement tree, and upon satisfactory planting of the tree, 90% of the security is refunded, with a 10% holdback for 1 year. The remaining 10% is refunded if the tree is in satisfactory health after 1 year. Okay. Oh, and I forgot one more point here, sorry. So for dead, dying trees in particular, they still require arborist reports because dead trees are still considered protected trees. And they also require tree replacements. But under the fees and charges bylaw, application fees and tree removal permits are waived, as imminent risk of failure trees are as well. So process improvements. There's a tree declaration form that is to help applications along, to help identify trees proposed to be removed as part of a BP application. So this alerts the building department staff if there are any trees on their property and whether to send for urban forestry review. The building department has also provided enhanced website information to assist applicants with understanding tree protection process requirements. Building permit applications and associated submissions digitized in 2023 to streamline process. So this means that in the future, all BP applications will be done electronically to reduce paper trail. This hopefully will improve efficiency when sending files to urban forestry. And as part of our process, we do try to prioritize hazardous trees over regular tree cutting applications. And then prioritization, and then reducing the number of inspections. We do, you do have two options. You have an option of planting a tree on the property, and then you have an option of paying cash in lieu. If an applicant is willing to forfeit the security deposit of $500 per replacement tree, it does help reduce the number of inspections, so more staff time to be able to do more inspections and review of other applications. So to date, we have collected over $102,000, and these trees can be planted in parks and natural areas as required. Okay. So we've had some public feedback. There has been concerns with processing timelines. There have been concerns with added costs. There have been concerns with need for replacement trees for dead, dying trees. And it's been said that there's been some inconsistency with administrating the bylaw. And dead or dying trees are a result of climate change and the prioritization of hazardous trees. So with the inconsistent bylaw administration, the staff do have a procedural guideline that we follow to ensure that we follow consistency here. And that's pretty much the presentation. If there are any questions,
Yeah, I'm
I'd be happy to answer them.
seeing some questions from council, and I'll have a
Okay.
few as well. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. The question I had is primarily concerned with the inconsistency reported in between the arborist reports. And I'm assuming that means in between the staff arborist and the proponent's arborists. And I was just wondering if you could clarify typically what those inconsistencies are and why we're seeing them.
I think the inconsistency really lies with, it's not so much between the staff and the actual arborist report from the consultant. I think the inconsistency is how staff are administering the bylaw itself, how they're interpreting the bylaw, whether we're following the actual bylaw itself.
Okay.
And so I think that's what this really means.
Mr. Fong, in addition, I think Councillor Pratt is also referring to cases where there may be inconsistencies with the arborist reports that we get from consultants. Can you maybe mention sometimes we get, I guess, verbal reporting that comes to us via the applicant, and then the arborist report itself, which is in writing as opposed to verbal, is not necessarily consistent with what we hear verbally.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Sefi. Yes, to answer that question better, Councillor Pratt, we find inconsistencies with the arborist reports themselves. Oftentimes there are errors and omissions that are made within the reports, and oftentimes there are simple mistakes of not identifying trees actually on the site or mislocating them on the plan itself. It's just simple things like that that can really hold up a tree cutting permit or a building permit, because when a resubmission is requested, it can take several weeks for it to occur. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I was just wondering, the delegation that council just received, where they have the 2 trees that wanted to be removed, is it this bylaw that's prohibiting it? But because they're building a new house, like, why would this bylaw, to my knowledge, this bylaw is not required under the servicing bylaw, is it?
May Woodward, may I
Yes, go
provide
ahead. Yeah, go
initial
ahead, yeah.
comments, and Mr. Fong can fill in because he may not be aware of, I guess, the building permit department processes.
Yeah.
So when a building permit application is received, now in the light of the revised bylaw, when there are trees being shown on the building permit applications, that an applicant is identifying as needing to be removed, there's a process that gets triggered. That process is a referral to Mr. Fong's department that says, can you please ensure or confirm whether these trees are actually healthy or dying or not? If they're not dying, if they're healthy, then the applicant, through an arborist report, is required to demonstrate why they cannot build the home in another location that would not trigger the need for removal of trees. That is what's referenced as adding approximately 2 months on average to the building permit processes. So it's not prohibiting it, and I think the delegates were kind of concerned about the timelines because there's a need, a burden of proof, if you will, that the house cannot be constructed in any other way that would avoid the need for removal of trees.
Okay, so in this case, though, they're willing, I guess, to pay the fees and also willing to replant additional trees. Why are they being asked to, or they've already got an arborist report, why are they being delayed even further? I don't understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Richter. The simple answer to that is, as Mr. Sefi said, there has to be a burden of proof that the tree requires removal. There are mechanisms within the bylaw itself that if the tree or the building plan cannot be modified in any way or the design, there is a way that builders can make an appeal using the undue hardship clause to request for trees to be removed. But generally, the burden of proof has to be on the builder or the property owner to demonstrate that the house plan or the tree's health is compromised in any way that they cannot be retained.
Okay, so was that done in this case? Did they provide a burden of proof?
In this case, I can't speak specifically on this building permit. I'd have to go back and review which building permit this is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to add to that briefly. So correct me if I'm wrong, but right now, looking at the bylaw right here, it is required when a building permit comes in that if there's trees within proximity being removed from building the house, the bylaw stipulates a requirement that the applicant show that they cannot accommodate a different design and save the trees in question. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Correct. So that's written down in the bylaw requiring that process of staff.
Yes, it is correct.
That's correct. Okay. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm just wondering in regards to the people that presented earlier, 11 or 12-foot trees can be removed by transplanting them. Is that a possibility? Is that, you take the clamshells and you dig them and move them. Is that a possibility for these guys?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Of course, it is a possibility. It just has to be part of the tree protection system here to ensure that the tree can survive.
And one other thing, we're under the amendments, only trees deemed to be imminent failure or high or extreme risk to public safety. What about trees that are healthy that are leaning towards not a house, but say a barn or some unoccupied structure that very possibly could fall? Is that definition of public safety cover something like that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, that would cover it. And again, the arborist report would have to demonstrate that that lien would pose a risk of safety or damage to property.
Thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thank you for coming and for doing the tree presentation. I was the one who wanted to sort of really hash out how we can maybe better serve our residents with tree protection and with tree bylaws. So I feel like, when we first started this and we first adopted it, we did all agree that, there would probably be some unintended consequences. And, but I think, you and our staff have, you probably don't have enough staff to really properly administer all the different requirements. So first of all, thank you for all the work that you do on this.
Thank you.
So I guess the next question I have would be, what would be something that you would maybe feel would be a better way to sort of to do this tree protection and some of the issues that that you're seeing at your end, and some of the things that we as councillors, hear from our residents. So if staff has a recommendation as to maybe some of the changes that might be made to sort of better serve the community with tree protection.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kunst. I guess a lot of the direction would have to come from council as far as how we either relax or how much we relax on the tree protection bylaw. The 2021 amended bylaw was created to create more restrictions because of the loss of tree canopy, to meet target goals under the community forest management strategy. So this bylaw kind of aligns with a lot of other ones in the Lower Mainland here. So it really depends largely on what council's direction is for changing the bylaw here, I would say.
Okay, so maybe what I'll ask is that maybe we refer this back to our staff for, some recommendations that maybe our council can sort of discuss further, and I don't know where I would do that or when.
Probably in other business. We could do
In
it
other
there, if
business?
you can
Okay.
remember to do that there.
Okay, so that's what I'll do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Well, thank you for coming. It's an excellent presentation because a lot of us have been chasing the tree file for years, and many of us, there's a lot of trees in Langley, especially Brookswood area. I'm not going to ask the same question that's already been asked. I'm interested in the timelines. You've discussed quite a few things, but the timeline, if I have a tree, a resident has a tree today with snow around, with the wind, with ice, everything, and it's starting to lean, how fast can you guys get to something that danger to property or a road or a school or something? How fast can you and your team get there?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. That's quite a question there. It depends on whether we get notified within the same day of the storm or whatnot. We get service requests that come in that have to be vetted out by urban forestry staff and determine whether they're hazards or not. So we don't always know whether the tree is hazardous or not because we get so many requests for hazardous trees that come in. Mm-hmm. Once we do know about a hazardous tree, however, we do act on it within that day. And we will send arborist staff out and investigate and determine whether the tree is a true hazard or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I guess it's fair to say that we've got a tree bylaw. There's some questions, as other members of council, myself included. The phone rings, we get emails, things about, what works best. So certainly we can sit down. We don't want to throw the bylaw. We want to keep the bylaw, try to improve it the best we possibly can. So thank you indeed for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Popte?
Yes, just going off of Mayor Woodward's comment through your worship to Mr. Seffi. In regards to the delegation, is there a way that we can, is there a mechanism that we can alert? What I'm concerned with is that if we have these bylaws in place and somebody has still chosen to put their building envelope within trees that need to be removed, is there a way that we can push that process further up the line, closer to the beginning of the application, to verify that there are trees or no trees to be removed? And if there are, asking them at that point why they're not moving their building to outside of an area that doesn't require tree removal. Like, I'm confused why this delegate is kind of saying, well, now I'm going to have to redesign everything. If he had an opportunity to build the house somewhere else on the lot, why it wasn't brought to their attention at that point?
Mr. Seffi, do you want to try and answer that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Van Popte. The slide that you see on the screen, Councillor, is actually from our website. All the red dots are all permit applications. So we have tried our very best to publicize the bylaw as adopted by Council in 2021 as much as we can and as broadly as we can, as widely as we can, including a dedicated page on our website such that applicants are aware of it. Unfortunately, it is really a question of, again, proving hardship or undue hardship. And I guess Some people choose to push the boundary, and that's just human nature, to try and, I guess, achieve what they believe to be their desired design for their homes. And sometimes, they choose to ignore certain pieces that they think might be relevant and not comply with it necessarily. So I guess in response to your question, we do try as much as possible to try and notify the public. In this case, with the creation of a web page that's dedicated to the tree protection bylaw and its requirements and procedures, and actually guidelines to applicants, guidelines to arborists. But beyond that, really, it's just a matter of taking time, because these things take, I guess, some time before they become public knowledge, despite our best efforts.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see how possibly they had missed this, or if we can, I don't know, if it's just a wording, verbiage issue, maybe with the policy, just saying like, don't build your house within a tree canopy or within an area that requires removal unless there's no other spot. I don't know. Anyways, thanks.
Would you like to try to answer that again?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Councillor Van Popta. I can answer part of that. Some of these applications have been in the queue for quite a while. And so when the applications were made, from our understanding anyway, there was not a lot of education, there was not a lot of information about the tree bylaw at the time. Okay. And so what we're trying to catch now with all the enhanced website information, tree declarations, is that we're trying to get ahead of the game on the new applications that are coming in, because really what information we're providing now is a lot to do with the new applications. Some of the ones that are in queue, they've been waiting for a bit, okay, and they're coming to us now, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just, for me, one or two questions. Can you go back a slide or two where you showed the differences between the two bylaw versions? Yeah, there, the bylaw amendments, the 20, there's quite a few. Maybe go back one more for me. Yeah. There was, review of building permit applications now form a significant part of the process. So is there some way, because I think we've identified, again, discussing this with the members of council, identified two core problems, and I think try to get down to some discussions of solutions here. Two core problems, and please identify that right now we have people that are making applications to build housing construction within their building envelope as dictated by the zoning bylaw. But if they want to remove one or two trees to build the house they want to build, that the bylaw is requiring staff to go through a process to prove that somehow that's hardship and they couldn't propose a different design to preserve trees. That captures the problem?
Yes, that's correct.
And so is there, a process potentially where trees within the building envelope could be excluded from the bylaw? Would that be one option for council to consider?
Yes, correct, Mayor Woodward. The previous version of the bylaw actually had that exemption in there. Yeah. Anything within a building envelope was exempt. The 2021 bylaw precluded that exemption now. And so now trees within the envelope are subject to the tree bylaw. So there's the change. There's one of the major changes that you see from the 2019 to the 2021 bylaw.
And then can you explain to me what's happening around driveways? So if the driveways, of course, not in part of the building envelope, driveways could be at various locations. What's the process right now if someone wants to locate a driveway in a specific spot and requires a tree removal? What's happening?
Right. So the driveway permit applications are subject to the same rigors of building permit applications as well. If there are trees that are in the proposed driveway, they are subject to either modifying their designs or proving a burden that they have to have the driveway there.
So another possibility for council to consider would be also exempting driveways, allow people to use their private property in a way that they are entitled to as per the zoning bylaw. One option for council to consider would be to also exempt the driveway location from the tree protection bylaw.
Yeah, correct. It was also exempt in the 2019 bylaw as well.
Version, yeah. And I think a second category of challenges that I've heard from and other members of council have raised is, the example of a private property owner who has a tree in their front yard that has died or is in the process of dying, and I believe that was what's motivated your motion coming forward, Councillor Kunst. And the process right now to remove or get permission to remove a dead or trying to require an arborist report, township verification, bonding, tree replacement, and verification of tree replacement. Does that capture the challenge of someone who just simply wants to remove a dead tree?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Do you have any thoughts on maybe on how that may be potentially something for council to consider to capture this challenge where, you know, we want tree protection, but we also want to make it easier for private property owners to remove a tree that has legitimately died?
Right. I guess that would be up to council as well to provide the relaxations on a dead or dying tree, whether arborist reports are required, whether replacement trees are required. As it stands now, under the definition of a protected tree, even dead trees are still considered protected trees, which require arborist reports, requires security deposits and replacement trees. So that is something that council could consider changing or reviewing as far as dead or dying trees goes. But it is generally accepted amongst arborists and foresters that dead trees still do provide some value, ecologically, wildlife values, that kind of thing. And also too, with climate change and all that, you know, it's out of the control of, you know, pretty much any property owner here right now because we're having longer droughts and things like that. But if it's the only tree on a property, let's say, and it gets removed and there's an exemption there, that property will never see a tree again. So it's something to consider.
And so, and again, I think I'll wrap it up here, but the concern being, of course, and I think I've heard from many members of council that want to solve this, that, you know, private property owner, you know, without significant financial resources has a tree legitimately die in their front yard, and it ends up being a relatively significant bureaucratic and financial burden to that property owner. Not only a bureaucratic burden to the property owner, but in some cases a bureaucratic burden to the township to go through a process prescribed by bylaw that allows them to remove it. And I think we're all here to find a solution to this.
Yeah, correct. Okay. So I guess staff would have to just go back and kind of review that and see what kind of solutions we come with. We currently do waive the fees for the application fee and the $100. So there's $100, $150 application fee, and then there's a $100 fee for every tree you remove. So we do waive those currently, and we use it under the fees and charges bylaw for imminent risk of failure or dead, dying, diseased kind of notion there.
And then they're subject to potentially requiring, or I think almost not potentially, but requiring an arborist report, which can be the $300 to $500 you mentioned, plus the replacement costs and the bonding associated with that. So even if you have a dead or dying tree in your front yard, you may not want to replace it, but currently the bylaw is prescribing that either you must or you must provide cash to replace it somewhere else. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
That's correct, yeah. So I think that's something for council that captures all the issues. Is there any other questions? Nope, seeing none. I thank you again for the presentation and putting together this quickly as well. Thank you very much for that. Okay, moving on to reports to council. F1, council policy, use of electronic signatures. Could you get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I would like to know why we need a council policy on this if it's dictated by federal or provincial legislation. And the second question I have is regarding the actual policy. The actual policy says it does not compel or require the use of electronic signatures. And if it's going to be used, it must be determined if it's legal. So is there going to be some sort of an administrative backlog here because of 4.2 in the policy?
Mr. Backen or Mr. Sefi?
No, it will not cause administrative backlog at this point. We have been using electronic signatures on a trial basis, and it's actually helped out quite a bit. The reason we're doing it, and we prefer to have direction from council, is it is legally admissible in Canada, but we sign for the township, and as that, we would like council to say that we can sign that way.
Oh, okay.
But as for, it's moved a lot of material much faster. And we don't compel because some organizations, such as land titles, still require wet signatures. So as people move forward, hopefully they'll change that requirement and we can move forward with them. But there are some documents that require wet signatures still.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the vote. Carries unanimously. Moving on to F2, the proposed 2023 council calendar. Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Kuntz, seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion? Yep, Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I would like to amend this. Currently, the average amount of meetings is one every 2.7 weeks. We've got a lot of stuff to do, and I'd like to see that number, the average reduced to under 2.5 weeks. So by doing that, I'd like to propose adding 2 meetings in October and 2 in December, and possibly one other one in the spring if possible.
Before you move that, Ms. Bauer, do you have any commentary on some of the reasoning? I did notice as well, I think in October there was almost a 4-week gap between council meetings. Maybe go through some of the reasoning for what your draft calendar?
Yeah, unfortunately, October's proved to be a bit of a challenge. We have falling all on Mondays in the fall next year. We have Thanksgiving, Truth and Reconciliation Day will be recognized on a Monday as it falls on the weekend. And of course, we unfortunately also have Remembrance Day falling on a Monday. So it was a bit of a gymnastics thing to try and even get a lot of the meetings in as far as that goes. It's just a once in a calendar.
But Remembrance Day is in November.
Yes, but it kind of, we try and equal them out, so it just added to our gymnastics to try and get it all to work. We can definitely add the meetings if directed. We'll just do our best to make them all fit in.
Well, maybe it would be, since we're meeting again in a week here, I don't know how much time you think you might need prior to setting the agenda, but we could make a referral back to staff to find a way to solve October and November, maybe with an additional meeting or two. Would that be sufficient, Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I'd just like to see that average of 2.7 to go down.
Come down a little bit. So if there's not any discussion, would you like to move a referral back to Ms. Bauer, back to staff to take your commentary under consideration and find space?
Yeah, we'll refer this back.
Okay. Does that work? Get a mover?
Yes.
Moved seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any other discussion on referral? Seeing none, I'll call the vote on the referral. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Move on to bylaws for first and second reading. G1, rezoning application number 100674 and development permit application number 101267, bylaw number 5818. Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Discussion, Councillor Pratt. Councillor Pratt.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. And sorry, I believe this is G1, correct?
That's correct, G1.
So this is just a comment in regards to the amount of parking. Personally, service parking is not something that moving forward, especially in close proximity to eventual rapid transit, that I'd prefer to see, notwithstanding the fact that underground parking is sometimes prohibitively expensive to build a lot of. So I'll be supporting this application, but in the future, I'd like to have some kind of conversation about in close proximity to rapid transit or future rapid transit, we look at further reductions in a parking minimum.
Okay, great. Any other discussion on G1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on G1. That carries unanimously. Moving on to H1, bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Sanitary sewer local area service bylaw amendment, bylaw number 5825. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Kuntz. Discussion, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I note that this had to be repetitioned because the original cost estimates were too low. And given the increase in costs that we're seeing now, are we very comfortable that the revised projected cost is going to be able to be met? Or will this need to go for a third petition?
Mr. Bracken or Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess we are as confident as one could be, cognizant of the fact that we are dealing with market conditions that are beyond our control. The number that has been used is the average of all the bids that were received as part of the tender process, Your Worship. So we feel that we are fairly accurate because it reflects the market as of the past couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on H1. That carries unanimously. Moving on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. I1, official community plan amendment, rezoning application 100158, bylaw number 5814, and bylaw number 5815. Can you get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Kuntz, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Discussion, Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I'd like to make a referral on this one.
Okay. Just don't seeing any other discussion, so go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to refer this to staff to work with the proponent to improve the design for a more holistic concept with considerations to support rapid transit on 200th Street, mixed-use designs, increased and higher densities, additional community green and gathering spaces, and some mid-rise construction using mass timber.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Do you want to discuss it? Do you have any you want to speak to it?
For sure. This is a very large parcel, and as we move forward with some initiatives, with Councillor Pratt's wanting of and pushing of rapid transit along the 200th Street corridor, we have a great opportunity here, and I feel that the current application is it could be better, it could be denser, it could be so much more. So I'd like to just at this stage send it back.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, at the public hearing, we did have a commentary from the legal counsel for the neighboring property. And I'm just wondering, does this referral include looking at the issue that the legal counsel brought up in terms of the proposed road network?
Yeah, I don't have that submission in front of me. Mr. Seffi, do you recall that submission?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. There was some reference to, I wasn't sure if it was legal counsel, but I do recall reference to the road layout not impacting the adjacent parcels that are not part of the subject development. So I don't believe that the referral council's debating right now is going to be interfering with that. In fact, it might actually assist.
Well, just to be sure that those concerns raised by legal counsel are addressed when we refer this back, I'd like to amend the referral to include the concerns raised by Rebecca Robb, Hunter Litigation Chambers Legal Counsel for All West Properties and All West Development Corporation.
Moving that amendment to the referral,
Yes, I
Councillor.
am.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt, so I'll open that up. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Richter? Are you good with that?
I think I have spoken
good
to
at
it.
it? Okay.
I always take legal advice seriously, and I don't imagine the neighbors would have sent their legal counsel if they weren't very concerned about their properties being negatively impacted. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the amendment to the referral. That carries with Councillor Van Popta opposed. And now back to the main motion as amended. You done, Councillor Richter?
Yes, I
Okay,
am. Thank you.
seeing no other discussion, I'll call a question on I1 as amended. That carries with Councillor Kunst opposed. Moving on to I2, official community plan amendment and rezoning application 100234, development variance permit number 100143, bylaw number 5809, bylaw number 5180. Can you get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Richter. Any discussion? So I'm going to have some discussion on this one, seeing no other members of council. I had some concerns about this one, there being no policy basis to approve this. Mr. Sveffi, could you clarify some of the comments in the staff report regarding typically in Brookswood Fernridge, we do not entertain rezoning applications until the completion of a neighborhood plan?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's correct. The neighborhood planning process, Your Worship, allows staff to be able to provide council with some recommendations. And as council is aware, it typically goes through it being the neighborhood planning process, a fairly rigorous community engagement process. So in isolation of that, staff is unable to, I guess, in most cases, unless there are some mitigating circumstances, unable to provide a recommendation either in support or opposition to a proposal. As council is aware, we are currently in the process of finalizing an enable plan. And as I recall, that was a requirement of this application that was actually removed by council at time of first and second reading. That being the completion of the enable planning process before the application is actually finalized.
Yeah,
But that was, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I think that gives it some context. So I am going to remove a referral back to staff for further consideration until completion of the Glenwood Neighborhood Plan. So move. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Is there any discussion? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I have a quick question through the chair to staff. Mr. Safey, you indicated that staff had advised the proponent that there's a neighborhood plan in place, and was that condition not removed by motion by council? So it was removed, yeah.
That's believe what I said, yes, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I wasn't
through
I just wanted to clarify that. So it was well, certainly, and the next question would be, I know I've talked about this particular bylaw with most members of council about the implications of the future and how this would affect any neighborhood plan. So I guess my question, I've talked to some of the members of staff as well, so you, Mr. Safey, or Mr. Richardson, if he's here, about the impact of this on a future neighborhood plan, if any, if I may.
Mr. Safey?
The impact, I'm sorry, Your Worship, I'm not clear.
Yeah.
The impact of proceeding or the impact of not proceeding?
I think I can try to rephrase, if I may, Councillor Ferguson, in regards to some of the concerns I share in rounds that approving an application for rezoning of this nature would potentially presuppose the direction that the Glenwood Neighborhood Plan would be going. That be correct?
That's correct, Your Worship, yes.
Does that capture your question, Councilor Ferguson?
It does. But the other corollary to that was the fact that this particular application is not part of a neighborhood plan that's in process. Is that correct? Not correct?
Mr. Safey, the status of Glenwood?
Your Worship, I believe it is outside of the three that were endorsed by council to proceed.
Yeah, so I think there's an unknown timeline to consider the neighborhood planning process for Glenwood currently.
I think, I guess the understanding that staff currently has, subject to council's direction, would be to follow that or follow with that neighborhood plan after the completion of the other three, sometime after.
Does that clarify, Councilor Ferguson? So that actually could have Glenwood underway, sometime within 2023.
Well, yeah, it's as long as there's an indication. I want to hear it today from you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council that there will be an opportunity for applications in the future when the neighborhood plan does, I guess, proceed. Because right now there is no neighborhood plan, so that would be my only concern. I'm sure the applicant would have that concern as well.
Yeah, so the way I would answer that, potentially, that when council further considers previous direction to get going and complete a draft amendment and complete the process for the 3 ongoing plans in Fern Ridge at the meeting in November, that upon that time, council would consider definitively what it wants to do with the timeline around Glenwood. That would be my expectation, and to get a decision and a process confirmed. That be clear?
As long as we're clear on that.
Yeah. That would be certainly my hope, that council would follow what Mr. Seffi just outlined to consider the timeline for Glenwood upon the conclusion of the other 3 plans. Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, so I'd just like to get clarification from staff. If we make this referral, do we have any idea of how long this application will now be put on hold for? Are we talking months or years?
Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I can also offer a different, I guess, potential reference to this, as opposed to a referral or a deferral or on hold, but rather it will be allowed to proceed up to 3rd reading, but not be finalized. So there won't be a hold per se, but rather the application can proceed knowing that there is another prerequisite prior to final adoption. That would be the completion of the neighborhood plan. And to the substance of the question, I would suggest that would be perhaps again, subject to council direction of other priorities, I would suggest maybe either at most a year or within 2023.
I think I should clarify the nature of the referral, so I'm glad you raised this, Councillor Richter. Clear up any confusion. This was a referral back to staff for further consideration by staff upon the completion of a Glenwood neighborhood plan. So it would not be granting third reading, and that was the intent of the referral. Does that clarify everything for Mr. Sethi? Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Well, yeah, so basically we're saying to this company that they could be waiting 2 to 5 years, longer.
So that's correct. I mean, it depends on the timelines for Glenwood. I would say that everybody else in Glenwood who owns property in Glenwood who did not come forward with a rezoning would be in that situation, as were a number of property owners in Brookswood and Fernridge, in Booth, Fernridge, and Rynn for many, many years while council gets completed those neighborhood plans. So there's a number of property owners that have been waiting to develop, and I don't see why these property owners would be any different.
Okay, except that these property owners have put a lot of money and effort in to get this up to the point where it's being considered at third reading. I know you've got a proposed revision to the whole process, which will significantly cut costs as well as time for developers. But I think out of fairness to this one particular developer, I think they should be allowed to proceed.
Yeah, and I respect that position. I think the intent of the referral is to not presuppose the land use or density of use within that section of the Glenwood neighborhood plan. I think that the community needs to weigh in, council needs to weigh in, staff need to weigh in on a proper neighborhood planning process prior to rezoning and subdivisions. That's my position. It's my referral, and I hope council supports it, but I respect your viewpoint, Councillor Richter. Do you have anything else on the referral? Okay, thank you. Seeing nothing, no more discussion, I'll call the vote on the referral. What are we at here? I2. That carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Kunst opposed. Moving on to J1, Council Procedure Bylaw Amendments. Bylaw number 5823. Can get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Van Popta, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any discussion? Councillor Ferguson.
I'm not on the list.
You're not on the list. You're gone. You're right. Councillor Richter. Your mic's... Councillor Bailey. Not sure what's going on there. Something going on with this software.
Go ahead.
There you go. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the memorandum J1, and I'd like to move an amendment to this, please.
Yeah. Is there a seconder to moving the clerk's draft amendment? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I just, once you get into secondary amendments, it gets extremely confusing. So when you just have if you don't like an amendment, defeat it and put another amendment forward. But amending an amendment is very confusing sometimes and delays everything.
Yeah, I agree. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this because I believe that from past experience, debate has often led to a stronger emotion by allowing 2 amendments. And I think cutting off a second amendment is just basically a way to stifle debate. So, no, I'm not supporting it.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other discussion on the amendment, call a question on...
Can you read out the amendment, Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Madam Clerk, can you read out the draft amendment?
The amendment would read that Bylaw 5823 include changes of wording to Appendix C and D of Bylaw 5199 to prohibit secondary amendment motions, thereby permitting only primary amendment motions.
Councillor Richter, you wish to speak to it again?
Yeah, I mean, this to me is a classic example of stifling debate. This thing came out of nowhere. We had it up for first, second, and third last time around. How come it didn't come up last time around? And now it's just being pushed through. I think it's wrong.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, this isn't stifling debate, in my opinion. Again, if you don't like the amendment as it stands, you turn it down and you move a second amendment, and you deal with one amendment at a time instead of doubling up and tripling up or any of that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, if I may, through Chair to the clerk, what if there's a procedural matter or a housekeeping matter that just needs to be added to, we're going to put four widgets, but, we meant to say 5, so the supplementary, other amendment to the amendment would just be clarifying. Is that a good example, if I may, to the clerk?
Go ahead, yeah.
It is a good example, and if we did approve this change, it would mean that you would either pass the amendment for 4 widgets and then do a next amendment to change it to 5. So you'd be doing 2 amendments, or you would vote down the first amendment and then someone could move a motion for 5. So
Okay.
there'd be no way to change it from 4 to 5.
Supplemental, if I may, where would a friendly amendment come in?
Friendly amendments wouldn't exist. They don't exist now.
Okay.
Because motions once on the table belong to all of council, so therefore all of council has to adopt a change to it. So friendly amendments are not recognized, but it could be, I think the name. Sorry, the name slipped out of my mouth. It's when we have informally the mayor asks if there's any objections. So
Unanimous consent.
There we go. Thank you.
Consent, yeah.
It could be done by unanimous consent.
Yes.
Yes, good, yeah.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead,
my
yeah.
final comment would be, currently, we can have as many amendments as we require if we wish. Is
That's
that
correct. There's
currently?
unlimited quantity of
No.
amendments.
You can only amend an amendment once. Doesn't go any.
Amend an amendment, but you can have an unlimited quantity of
Unlimited
amendments
quantity of amendments,
to a
yes.
motion as long
Yes.
as the chair takes the motion. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Victor, I believe you've spoken twice to the amendment, but I'm having a real struggle with this software, so go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to point out that in the 20 years I've been on council and the literally hundreds of meetings I've attended, being able to amend an amendment has led to a clearer motion as a final result.
No, I understand. So I'm going to weigh in with my support for the clerk's drafted amendment. I've struggled, I think, and I've seen other members of council, when amending an amendment and an amended amendment and an amended motion amended by an amendment to an amendment. I think that this will clarify and make it easier that you do one amendment at a time. It's very easier to follow. It's clearer and simpler, I believe, for the clerk as well. Certainly would be easier for me to make an amendment to a motion and then make another amendment and get to the motion through that debate and that constructive criticism. I think that the process is a little different, but the result can certainly be the same. So I certainly support it, and I don't see another discussion on the amendment. Call the question on the amendment.
Just to clarify, Your Worship, this is just a vote on the amendment.
On the amendment. So if you have more, you'll have an opportunity. Yeah. J1 amendment. That carries with Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Richter opposed.
Your Worship, I didn't have the chance.
You're opposed?
Yes.
Can you please note that Councillor Pratt was opposed? Moving a little quickly here. So back to the main motion as amended. I see no discussion. Is there more discussion? Call the question on J1 as amended. And that carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Moving on to, where are we going here? Items from prior meetings. Unless, I'm going pretty fast here. Is there anybody who would like to say anything on the Mayor and Council report? No. Moving on. Anything you'd like to say, Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I had my first UBCM executive meeting, and yeah, just wanted to report that. So it was really great, and look forward to bringing forward, different things that maybe we as a local government can lobby the province for. So thank you.
Can you get us some lobbying in regards to allowing for some more flexibility around property class taxation that I believe UBCM has been requesting for many years?
We'll see.
We'll see
Let's
about
talk.
that. Okay, thank you. Anything else on Mayor and Council report? Moving on to N, Metro Vancouver and other regional committee representatives report. There hasn't been any Metro meetings yet other than the inauguration. Moving on to item O, items from prior, just for those that are, Mayor Harvey of Delta was elected the chair of Metro Vancouver. Vice chair is Mayor of Anmore, George McEwen. Moving on to O, items from prior meetings, O1, official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100223 and development variance permit 100141. Bylaw number 5819 and bylaw number 5820 for a subdivision in the Salmon River uplands. Councillor Rick, I get a motion first, get a motion to Motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Richter.
Okay, I have a lot of concerns about this. First of all, the layout includes 2 panhandle lots, which I don't think is a very good layout. Also, I have a question with regards to the wetlands at the bottom of lots 1 and 2. How are those going to be protected? Third question is putting water and or well and septic, 4 new wells and 4 new septic systems on 0.9 acre size lots. How is this going to impact the immediate area and the neighbors who are also on wells and septic? There's basically going to be a 75% canopy loss from this application. And I had one final question with regards to the TOL lands. And could I get clarification on what the TOL lands are?
So can I try to help Phil here? Mr. Councillor Richter, can you like sort of do one question at a time? Would that be possible? So do you want to ask about the wetland protection?
Well, I'll start with the layout. Why are
The
we
layout, yeah.
allowing 2 panhandle lots? I thought
Seffi?
panhandles are not good.
Yeah, Mr. Seffi?
Thank you, Your Worship. The subdivision and development servicing bylaw, which regulates staff's ability to approve subdivision, does not prohibit panhandles. It discourages them to the extent possible, and it allows for what staff believe to be unusual circumstances from time to time. And this, in staff's opinion, is one of those circumstances where panhandle, because of the size of the parcels, is not necessarily a negative thing and can certainly be accommodated.
Okay, and the wetlands at the bottom of lots 1 and 2, how are these protected?
They are to be dedicated independently of the private lots, at least a great portion of them to be dedicated separately.
Okay, but what's to prevent whoever buys lot 1 and lot 2 to come in and backfill in order to put a bigger house on those properties?
There will be covenants registered, Your Worship, on the title to ensure that that doesn't happen.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Okay. The 0.92 acres being on water and septic, 4 new wells, and that's the one I'm really particularly concerned about, because there was a lot of issues over this past summer in that area with wells running dry, and I'm thinking 4 more wells drawing for, I'm going to assume 4 families, but it could very well be more than 4 families. Has there been any study done of the suspected impact of 4 more live draw wells?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. No study has been done yet, but certainly going forward, if this was to be, the rezoning application was to be endorsed by council, then as part of the subdivision process, the applicants will be required to demonstrate no negative impact on the surrounding area. That's a typical requirement that has to be completed by all applicants in the area.
Okay, and the loss of 75% of the tree canopy in the area. How's that going to affect the wetlands?
Your Worship, this provides for protection of, the wetlands. As far as the tree canopy is concerned, there is a requirement, as council is aware, for tree replacement. So to the extent that the bylaw requires, there will be a requirement for replacement, and as well beyond that, if there's anything else that council wishes to impose, could be done as part of the rezoning process.
Okay, and the last question that I have, is there any requirement anywhere that binds council to ensuring that 5, or he's got 6 lots come out of this?
There's nothing binding council, Your Worship. This is just a layout.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, after everyone's had a chance to discuss, I'd like to move a referral of this back to staff for discussions with the proponent to change the layout and make it more effective, I guess.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Richter.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess it's a question through yourself to Mr. Seffi, and it's kind of in response to Councillor Richter's concerns in regards to the water and septic field. I know that there's other applications in this area of Fraser Highway that have had conditions as part of rezoning or first and second reading or DP where they may be connected or they may have their own well or a tank or such thing, and then there are long-term plans to bring municipal services down that path, and there was a covenant or an item placed in the rezoning application that would say, at such time, you have to connect, you have to give up your well. Would that be something that is possible in this case to alleviate Councillor Richter's concerns kind of moving forward? Obviously, in the short term, they have to go on the well, but moving forward, would we be able to make that a requirement that they have to connect to city service?
Mr. Sefi?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Pratt, for the question. Indeed, it could be something that Council could require as part of the rezoning process. The subdivision, subsequent subdivision, should this advance through Council, will not be able to make that a requirement, so it would have to be part of the rezoning and a condition of rezoning, as has been cited by Councillor Pratt, practice in the past.
So in that regard, and Councillor Richter, when you prepare to make your referral motion, if I would second your motion if you included something to that effect. That basically, once the municipal services are there, they have to hook up, they have to abandon the well.
It's also a condition you could move at third reading if it were ever to get that far. But we
Yes,
could certainly.
I'm just thinking preemptively if she's going to.
I think staff have heard, but we could certainly add it to the referral if that's something. So I'm going to move on here. Not seeing anything else. I also had some concerns about this. Mr. Sefi, I actually inquired with you, I believe over the weekend, whether or not this rezoning application is now caught up in previous council direction from the previous meeting to, for lack of a better term, suspend subdivisions within Salmon River areas, at least for the moment, while that's reconsidered by council. Can you maybe supply the rest of council with a response to that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I guess as you have just outlined just now, the question could be whether this should have been or was Council's intent to be captured as part of the other fundamental and broader resolution direction to staff to undertake a study of all subdivisions in the area. And because this application was in front of Council prior to that other motion and was independently referred to staff by Council, staff felt obligated to bring it forward as is. So if that was the intent, I guess that was just something that staff misunderstood or did not follow clearly.
I don't think it's misunderstanding. I think it's what happened. It wasn't known if council supported that notice of motion regarding reconsideration or suspension of subdivisions within the Salmon River areas for a relatively short intended period of time to review some of the larger applications that are currently in the system. It could be argued that this is very much inside Salmon River areas, because that motion was plural, and that it would be inconsistent to move forward with this currently, subject to previous council direction. So I had a potential referral drafted as well. I'm not moving it, but I'll read it out. Maybe Councillor Richter, you could consider whether this is something that coincides with other objectives, potentially to refer back to staff, subject to previous council direction on subdivisions within Salmon River areas, and to consider an updated concept, including the Township of Langley lands to the west. So on this slide here, those two larger lots to the west, Mr. Sevi, could you confirm, Mr. Backen can confirm that those lots are currently both owned by the Township of Langley, and some portion of those lands are required by the applicants to complete their subdivision?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, Your Worship, it could be argued that these parcels are actually outside of the Salmon River as well. Historically, we have referred to the Hoppington Aquifer and Salmon River uplands kind of interchangeably. So I guess technically they're outside, but I guess spiritually, if you will, within the spirit of the motion, it could be included. So we leave that this decision to council, distinction to council. As far as your question is concerned, as far as the ownership, I don't know if it's visible on the screen. Hopefully it is. There's a red line with a yellow highlight that identifies the boundary between the private and the township-owned parcels. So anything, and I've got my cursor running along this line, anything to the west of this line is township-owned. Anything east of this line is privately held.
But I just wanted to confirm that I got it right, that some portion of the township-owned land was required by the proponents to acquire from the township to complete the requirements of subdivision?
No, I believe if that was understood, it was not correct.
Okay.
Because the intent, or one of the intents, there have been many considerations with this application, Your Worship. One of the considerations was to try and not, excuse the language or the terminology, not marry the two sides together such that one would be beholden to the other, such that there will be timelines that one side could proceed with and conclude a subdivision and not subject the other side to the same timelines.
Yeah, and so I also wanted to include that over the weekend, I did have the benefit of seeing some of the previous layouts that were considered that involved contemplation of subdivision of the township-owned lands. I think it might be helpful for council to see those. It did potentially eliminate some of the panhandle designs, but I believe it also required the removal of existing structures. Is that the compromise or the challenge, Mr. Sevi, with the various concepts?
That's exactly it, Your Worship. There are many considerations. There have been many considerations over the years. One of them, as I said earlier, was to make sure that one side of the property line, the divide between public and private, can proceed without the need for the other or cooperation by the other side. And the other one would be to make sure that there is, again, subdivision potential that does not bound the other party to the same timelines.
Okay, I think that's enough context. Councillor Richter, do you wish to move your referral?
Well, you've got your referral. Why don't we try that one and see if it passes? And if it doesn't pass, then I'll put my referral on.
You could also move an amendment to the referral to add to it if you wish.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so let's do that. So I'll go back to me. So I would like to, hold on here. I'm loving this software. There we go. I'd like to move a referral back to staff, refer this application back to staff to be consistent with previous council direction on subdivisions within the Salmon River areas and to consider an updated concept including the TOL, Township of Langley owned lands to the west. I so move. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Is there any discussion on that referral? Councillor Richter, do you wish to add to that or does that capture most of it?
I just
Richter?
want to clarify. So will the intent be, I really don't like these panhandle lots. And I think all this layout is doing is maximizing the number of subdivided lots without full regard to what they're going to look like once they're built. So I would want to make sure that we look for a more effective layout, that the wetlands are protected, particularly the tree canopy around those wetlands, and required hookup to municipal services.
So just to clarify, the referral that I have is to consider an updated concept including the Township of lands to the west. So on this slide here, there is a potential significant Township of Langley ownership of this site that could also potentially be subdivided. So it was to consider a concept that contemplated subdivision of both lots, subject to council's confirmation, but also potentially leading to a better subdivision layout for both parties. But if you wish to add additional direction to that referral, you certainly consider that.
I will add.
Okay, go ahead. Can you move your amendment to the referral?
The amendment is to include, for the referral, to include a better layout, not dependent on panhandle lots, a requirement for future hookup to municipal services, and retention of tree canopy to protect the wetlands to the south.
Okay, did you move that? Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Richter? You think you already have?
I think that
That's good.
sums it up, yeah.
Councillor Pratt?
Thank you, Your Worship. And maybe this is a better conversation for the referral as a whole. So
You want to wait for the
I'll wait for
referral
the
as
referral as a
amended?
whole.
As
Yeah.
potentially amended? All right, so great. Seeing nothing, no more discussion, I'll call a question on the amendment to the referral. That carries with Councillor Ferguson opposed. So now back to the main motion as amended. So the referral as amended. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Pratt?
Thank you, Your Worship. And my one concern, or I suppose question, would be with the consideration of the township owned lands now apart, potentially if this referral succeeds. Inclusion Langley, I believe, still runs their programs and still has their, major operations on this site. So what consideration or conversations have been had or will be had with Inclusion Langley? Because are we subdividing it so that they're basically now out of a site? Like, what's the conversation?
I
that's
did
had
have
there?
that conversation. I did ask that question to Mr. Bracken. Mr. Bracken, you want to provide an update for that?
Thank you, Your Worship. At the present time, we were excluding, any subdivision of the township properties to permit a longer, occupation by the properties by Langley Association of Community Living. We do understand in future, and we don't have a defined timeline, they would be looking at alternate sites or larger sites. I think they've in some ways outgrown this site, but certainly can make what the site now provides work. So I think the revised layout then would have to actually include or at least consider a timeline that would be amenable to the association.
So to follow up on that, just Councillor Pratt, if I may, just Mr. Bracken too, it would be certainly possible for council to consider a subdivision and help the adjacent property owners achieve a better design, to have that considered and potentially approved, and then subsequent wait for the current user to amicably find another location on their timeline with no requirement for them to leave as part of that. It would simply be there, and then when they moved on, that subdivision would be proceeded with. There would be no expectation, I believe, that this would put them under pressure to move on.
I think that's
correct?
correct. I think the challenge that would provide, but something that could be overcome, would be then if there is to be a more efficient subdivision, and that does require some movement of the proposed property lines, we would probably have to complete the concept of the subdivision on the township side, but perhaps have a covenant, a scorched earth covenant or something on that side, so that we could actually have a rezoning in place with a proposed layout that would actually become required at the ultimate stage, but would not have a timeline associated with it.
There would be two phases essentially considered for that. So, Councillor Pratt, did you have a follow-up?
Well, that was my question, I suppose, is because obviously on the one hand, my concern would be for Inclusion Langley being forced out, but on the other hand, the proponent for the subdivision, and we've all received communication about this already on how long they've had to wait for this. And I support council's direction. We're trying to get this right, but I don't want to unduly make them wait even more. So I suppose that's the question I have is, are we going to, be proactive in trying to get Inclusion Langley another site if it's on township-owned land? Do we have the land secured? Like, there's a lot of questions that I have in regards to how this is going to affect the proponent beyond our referral right now.
So I'm going to try to just jump in here. Mr. Bracken can respond, but from what I understood from the previous question and answer and response was that phase one could involve the proponents. Phase two could involve township-owned land, potentially with some adjustments. This would not be holding up, if it went through a better design and a better process, potentially would not be holding up the proponents. Township of Langley would wait for that component until at least Inclusion Langley had moved on. Is that sort of, we're going around in circles, but Mr. Bracken, you don't even want to reiterate that? It could happen in two phases?
It's fundamentally correct. We'd have to allow for the, usage of some township land and vice versa. We'd have to actually make sure the subdivision plan is finalized, but we would then make sure that either we'd create a larger lot, or more likely we would have some non-disturbance covenants on the properties so that the tenant, Inclusion Langley, could remain as long as they saw fit.
To address your concerns, Councillor Pratt? Yep, great. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, Mr. Bracken, was that the scorched earth policy you proposed a minute ago, if I may?
It's actually a scorched earth covenant, which simply means there can be no additions or changes to the structures on the property without certain conditions being met, most likely in this case the township's consent.
Which would be the Langley Association for community living, who they've been there a while. Would that apply to them as well?
That's
what
exactly.
I thought you meant. Okay, can I back to, if I may, through the chair to Mr. Safey, perhaps, when the applicants come forward with, nobody likes panhandle lot. There's only a couple proposed here. When they come forward, that's based on their sight lines and based on their access to roads and things. And sometimes, if I may, you can help me out, there's no other way of doing it, so that comes up that way, if I may, through the chair?
Your Worship, that's what I was trying to articulate earlier on, which is the Subdivision Development Servicing Bylaw, which guides staff in their regulating of subdivision, does not prohibit panhandles. It discourages it. And as Councillor Ferguson just referenced, there are circumstances that sometimes warrant based on topography, based on frontage, a panhandle configuration to be the best option. So that's what's being shown here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shafi. Mr. Mayor, that would be something that I would like to comment. When the report does come back, I mean, if they do their very, very best to avoid panhandles, sometimes that's the only option, and they work very closely with staff on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Seeing no more discussion, I'll call the question on the referral as amended. That carries unanimously. Moving on to O2, Councillor Bailey, you have a motion for reconsideration. So before we think there's no debate, so you wish to move reconsideration?
Yes, I'd like to move reconsideration of my, in my motion.
Is there a seconder to reconsideration? Councillor Martins, no debate. I'll call the question on reconsideration of O2. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Bailey, you have to move it again. It's back on the floor. Would you like to move the original motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move the original motion
again,
to,
yeah. We'll get a seconder to that. Seconded by Councillor Martins. Go ahead.
to be amended from the number 40 to 44. And the reason for this,
So just hold on. So you wish to move an amendment to change the number 40 to 44?
yes.
Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead on the amendment.
Yes, this was done on November the 16th. I met with Chief Gamble, and we had a discussion about a couple of things, but then we discussed that, and he asked, why 10? Why 10 a year? And it goes towards experience and the normal situation when you're staffing a hall. You need 4 crews of 4, and a lot of people mistakenly put 16 in, and what that does is it doesn't consider holidays and sickness. So going from this discussion, he said, well, actually, because of an aging population, more seniority, greater holidays, and the load on the firefighters resulting in sickness, more sickness, the actual number would be 11 a year. So taking Chief Gamble's insider knowledge about this, I've got to respect it, just as I respect anyone opinion who is over 40 years of service, especially 12 years in Langley. So I agreed with Chief Gamble, and I want to move this to 44, 11 a year.
Great. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's not just holiday sickness, I think it's injuries as well. There could be people injured as well. Yeah, I do remember it was quite a while ago, he talked about the number of people on a truck. So I certainly support this, and I'm glad you brought it back. Thank you, if I may.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion on the, Councillor Richter on the amendment.
Yeah, I'd just like to know what the cost of this is going to be.
Mr. Baggin?
Thank you, Your Worship. Going by recollection, I think the average firefighter costs us around $100,000 a year. Could be a little bit out on that, so the additional cost would be one more incremental unit.
Councillor Richter, does that answer your question?
Well, no, how many millions are we talking for this?
Well, $100,000 per, on average, and that, again, is a rough number, would mean $1 million for 10, so 11 would be $1.1 million.
$1.1 million times 4. Or times, yeah, because this is
correct.
asking for 44.
Per budget cycle. That's correct, Councillor Richter.
So an additional 1.1 million per year for the next 4 years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question on the amendment. So on, what are we on here? O2. Amendment carries with Councillor Richter opposed. We're back to the main motion as amended. Seeing no more discussion, I'll call the question on the main motion as amended. O2. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So moving on to O3, Development Application Procedures Bylaw number 5760. Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on O3. That carries unanimously. Moving on to O4, Can I get a motion, please? Moved by, someone going to move this? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I've got some questions around, I mean, there's no question we need to update our parks master plan. My concern is the staff capacity to do this, given all the priorities that have been coming out over the past 2 meetings, and which I'm sure will continue to come out over the next 2 meetings. So my question is, number one, what's the cost to do this? And number two, do the staff currently have the capacity to do this? Or should this be possibly put on the back burner until all the burning issues are dealt with?
Yeah, so Councillor Victor, I'll let Mr. Bracken address those. The intent, when I did some discussions with staff about items that have been carried forward, referred, we're still on the work plan for the previous council. This was on the list, as was the next item on the agenda. I asked that these be placed on the agenda. They were going to be in any course, but for this meeting, with my intent of getting this off the list by simply voting it down. And if we wish to pursue the intent here, which is a Parks Master Plan, that we do that in a form for this council, not in the form of the previous motion, which was talking about prohibition of development of infrastructure, broader community properly apprised of any proposed activities and so on. That this motion, I think, had a number of structural problems, and I brought it back to hopefully to recommend to council that we vote this down to have this off of staff's list. Mr. Backen, did you want to address the question?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of cost, these studies are relatively expensive because they're very holistic and usually quite lengthy. So we would have to discuss, I think, in further depth with council the terms of reference that we'd want to look at and understand what we seek to achieve from it. By recollection, I think previous planning studies of this magnitude have been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps $200,000, that range. And in terms of existing capacity, at this point, I don't foresee us having it for quite some time. Now, we could always bring consultants in, but that would again add to the costs.
I believe, Mr. Bracken, this could be considered as a work item upon the conclusion of some other work items, potentially. Maybe sometime by mid-next year, this could be considered. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Richter, does that answer your question?
Okay, so what exactly are we doing here? Is this back on the table?
It's back on the table. It's moved and seconded. I asked for it to come back because it was still out there as a referral to this council. This motion be deferred to the council term of 2022-2026, and I'm recommending to council.
And you just want it voted down?
I'm recommending to council we vote this down, and if this is a Parks Master Plan is a work objective this council wants to pursue, that it be done under a new form with a new motion.
Okay.
Anything else, Councillor Richter?
No, thank you.
Okay, good. All right. So seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on 04. And that's defeated with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Dampopta, Councillor Pratt, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. Moving on to 05. Get a motion, please. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, I see down there at the end, seconded by, is there a seconder? You wanted to vote against that? Yeah. Madam Bauer, Ms. Bauer, can you please note that Councillor Kunst was opposed? Is there anything else? So it's moved by Councillor Ferguson. Is there a seconder to this? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. So again, before anybody jumps in, I'm going to say that the intent here, this was also a motion approved at the last council meeting in July. This is still here as a work item for staff. I believe that we should also do the same thing with the last one. I would ask council to vote this down, get it off the work list, and if something we want to pursue, that we do it under a new form under this council. Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yes. I guess being the mover, I see this also. I agree with that. I've been on task forces before, and they could be cumbersome and challenging. And at the time, it made sense to move forward with something to do with housing. And I believe now is not the time. We've got an awful lot. This council's got an awful lot on our plate. Perhaps later on, but certainly not now. We also are addressing other things with a number of initiatives we already have. So fortunately, it was my motion, but at this point in time, I would prefer not to proceed with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Well, I think it's wrong not to proceed with it because this is all about affordable housing, and that is a very key concern in this community, and it has been for quite a while now. So I'm not in favor of killing this motion. I think we should be moving forward with it in some form as soon as possible.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call a question on, Councillor Ferguson.
I also wanted to point out that I don't think any member of this council is opposed to looking at affordable housing and addressing needs, density and otherwise, but the task force part is the part that I believe can be cumbersome, take a lot of staff time, and there's other ways of doing it. Certainly, I agree with Councillor Richter that affordable housing, as I believe other members of the council believe as well, but this is not the task force part. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, the reason I'm not supporting it is only because of the capacity. The staff issue is, I think that they have a lot on their plate, and I just wouldn't want to see that part is that they're, we're dumping just another thing on them to do. So that's why I'm not supporting it.
Thank you. I would agree that that's one of the reasons I asked for this comeback. Council, though, maybe doesn't dump items on staff, but we give them we give the. Here we go. We give them important work items.
It feels like there's been a few dump trucks in the last couple of meetings, just saying.
Dump trucks, okay. Great, so seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on 05. Oh, I'm voting against this, sorry. The motion fails with Councillor Kunst, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward. Did I call myself a councillor last time? Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Pratt, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. Moving on to Q1, Councillor Martins, put your mic on. There you go. Councillor Martins.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm moving the motion as filed.
Great, moved by Councillor Martins. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Bailey seconds it. Do you wish to speak to it at all?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Enhancing public safety is my priority as a councillor, something that I campaigned on and something that I am passionate about. The Langley RCMP have my full support, respect, and appreciation for the hard work that they do every day to protect the citizens and businesses of both Langleys. This is no contemplation of a Langley police service. This notice of motion is to explore the idea of separating police services and is the first of many steps in that process. It's a request for a report. The current population in the township is approximately 145,000, and this will continue to grow. Police resources are and continue to be stretched with legal decisions leading to increased workload, more complex investigations due to the advancements in technology, increased call volume due to increased population numbers, and most importantly, the eventual arrival of SkyTrain. Crime and disorder know no boundaries, but that is no reason to avoid separation. Neighboring police agencies will always support one another when needed. As an example, Langley RCMP sent personnel to assist the Burnaby RCMP after the tragic loss of one of their members. This is the culture between police agencies, and a separation of police services will not preclude that assistance afforded to one another without hesitation. The Langley RCMP are tasked with policing a large geographical area with varying and competing priorities. Separation of police services will result in faster police response, policing tailored to the Township of Langley, and a prioritizing of our needs. The agreement with the City of Langley includes a separation clause, an indication that separation is and has always been inevitable. The longer we wait to separate police services from the City of Langley, the higher the expense to the Township. The separation will provide for better policing in the Township for the money that we pay. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, it is only to prepare a report to council outlining the considerations involved, correct? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I would have a question on staff capacity. I know the report's asking for costs, and I'm glad to see that. Certainly that's a concern I have. But I want to know, again, with everything that staff have been directed to do between last council meeting and this council meeting, do they have the capacity to do this right now?
Mr. Bracken.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really suppose it comes down to council's priorities. I think what we would envision is as council goes through these sorts of motions, they look to determine, as we did with the previous two, whether they're immediate priorities or not. As such, then, by council passing such a motion as this one or a future one, we take an indication this is a priority, and at some point, it may be necessary to come back to council to further prioritize those items if need be. But at that point, we at least know which motions we should be working on. In this case, this would probably involve the finance staff, and it may or may not involve outside assistance at this point. So they are certainly going to be taxed dealing with the year end and the budget and whatnot. But at some point, I think there would be capacity to undertake or to work on this matter.
Yeah, so Mr. I'm going to, Councilor Richter, come back to you. I would add and just inquire on my own and following up to that question that a lot of these motions are aimed and going to be processed by many different departments. It's not one department that's dealing with all of the motions. So if this one is finance, RCMP, administration, potentially some outside consultation, it would not interfere or overload other departments working on other items. Is that correct? That's correct. Councilor Richter, did you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, and will we be getting public input on this? Because I think the public needs a say in this.
Yeah, I think that's something that I would like to see as well. I don't think this is going to go unreported in the media. So I think the public will be well aware of it and they'll start the process. And as the report to council comes back, we could certainly consider a public consultation component.
And one final question. I understand there is a meeting between Langley City and Langley Township of the councils this Wednesday.
I believe that's Wednesday night. Mayor Bahal and myself, very quickly after the election, wanted to reestablish more consistent relationships, awareness, getting to know the two councils. That was something we met on very early on after the election. So a desire for us to see that. I don't recall one joint council dinner last year. Of course, last term. Of course, COVID had something to do with that, but it didn't occur when COVID wasn't occurring. And I think that that's something that Mayor Bahal and I would like to change. And so, yes, that we wanted that to happen before Christmas. And as you say, that is scheduled for Wednesday.
So is this topic going to be on the agenda for that meeting?
I don't think there's an agenda, Mr. Backen. Do you know if there's a formal agenda? I think the discussion will go where it will go. Is that correct?
Mostly correct. We must be careful to remember this isn't actually a meeting because it has legal connotations.
Correct.
It's more of a dinner, so more of a social event, and there might be some discussion of items, but there's no agenda per se that would have this. Of course, if council members wish to discuss the concept, they'd be able to do so.
And I don't believe there would be any intent or discussion. I think the mayor's and we've discussed there's no intent to advance items on the spectrum of decision making at this dinner. Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the past, when we've had these meetings between ourselves and other municipal councils, each of the mayors usually come in with a list of topics they want to just put on the radar. And then the discussion goes wherever it goes, but the topics are listed. So I'm thinking if we're going to host these people in our facility, we should be telling them that if this motion passes, that's the game plan that we're looking at.
Yeah, I haven't discussed that.
Be made aware of it.
I mean, I'll take the suggestion. Mayor Bahal and I did not discuss a formal agenda. We discussed that this would hopefully be one of many gatherings between the two councils to, again, establish better relationships, communication, swap contact information, get to know each other. I think that's the intent of the first one, Councillor Richter, not to have a formal meeting. Does that answer your question, Councillor Richter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Well, yeah, I appreciate Councillor Martin putting this on the table. I think it's something, and it's not a fait accompli, it's a report. And once the report comes forward, we have another decision to make. So if I may, through the chair to the administrator, is that not the case that once this report comes forward with a number, I imagine it could be a list of, options or something and steps. Would that not be the case, if I may, through the chair?
I think that's effectively correct. We'd look at this as a way to provide information. There would likely be inherent in that information some options, and then council would determine if they simply wish to receive that report or wish to take some action on it.
So I'm going to do a little bit of history right now and bore a few people for at least a few seconds. I remember, and I'm not even sure, Mr. Backen, if you were an administrator then, that the Township of Langley RCMP building was in portables at one time because we could not agree on where we would place an RCMP detachment building, which is there now. And there was a lot of debate as to whether that detachment should be located in the city of Langley or the township of Langley. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, and we eventually constructed the building where it is in Murrayville right now. That's an example of how difficult sometimes these negotiations can be. I'm not saying that's going to be the case now, but I'm saying that it gives us the opportunity to see a report now, to work out costs, as other members of council have indicated, timelines, Mr. Becken and you and your people will have to look at, the steps, the necessary steps and the necessary options, and of course, outside assistance. Would that, if I may through the chair to Mr. Becken again, would that require a legal mumble jumble or lawyer's help?
The interesting part is the mumbo jumbo to me personally, but we'll overlook that for the moment. I think what it could involve is some interpretation of a couple of the clauses that have some conflicting meanings, but probably have some historical intention reflected in them that has to be sorted out, and as well then some, I guess, some of the calculation rates for depreciation. I'm getting into the weeds here a bit, but there's some elements to it that need some detailed design, I think, on terms of those elements to make sense of the clause that was referenced that caused this motion.
Yeah, my last point, Mr. Mayor, if I may through the chair, is the fact that transparency and I guess public opinion, as other members of council have indicated, and the last thing is when we do come and look at it, it's important to have a really close look at the fine details so we don't get caught carrying something that we didn't anticipate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Martins, for bringing this forward. So initially, when I was first reading it, I was a little bit like, oh, wow, this is, but it's probably timely. We have 2 new mayors, 2 new councils. Maybe it's time that we've got music playing. It's okay. So it's probably timely to have this conversation with the city. It's really beautiful. It's okay. I'm just glad it was you and not me. And so to just have that conversation, we do know that the city's very excited about having a SkyTrain coming, and they're rezoning a lot of areas for, to prepare for SkyTrain. So they're clearly going to have to have another look at, what it is that policing looks like for them. So happy to have that conversation. But just as an aside, maybe in other business at some point, because of the costs and the incredible things that are kind of, dollars that are we're bringing forward here, that maybe as a council, we could, have a strategic priority session. I have no idea what the costs are involved in a lot of the things that are coming forward, and how we're going to pay for them, what the plan is around that. So if there is even a different day where we can get together as a council to maybe go through some of those plans that I know that the slate has probably more information about than I do, but it would maybe be helpful just as a way forward. Bringing things like this forward. I know the dollar signs that are involved. Well, I don't even know, but I think it would be valuable for maybe our taxpayers as well to know that what is the plan, how are we going to pay for all of these wonderful things that we want for our community. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Van Popta, Mr. Becken, just to respond to Councillor Kunst a little bit of background. The RCMP reserve currently listed on surplus reserves for the Township of Langley is about 12,700,000 currently, roughly. And this RCMP reserve was always contemplated potentially to absorb the cost of separation. Is that true?
Correct. Either the cost of separation or the cost of a new facility. Yeah. So it could go either way.
Either way. So that hopefully that answer speaks to that, Councillor Kunst, that reserve has got a lot of money in it, and it was always there contemplating something like this being considered by council. That's where the funding would come from to contemplate separation. Councillor Kunst? Sorry, Councillor Van Popta?
There's wording in here, I think, to capture what I'm hoping here, but not necessarily limited to item C. Could we just get some history or some statistical information in this report that covers, the average of investments that we're making into the RCMP from both sides? So the city's investments into the RCMP historically in terms of hires versus the township's investment into hires over the years, just so that we can have some background into just some further depth of background on this report.
I think we tried to nail this down and maybe to an amendment to the notice of motion to
You
add
don't think
an
it's
item.
captured under, but not necessarily limited to?
Potentially, but if you want to add an item D, maybe to the effect of just some context, some additional information regarding, and then list it, and that'd be better to add it to the motion, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
If
So
you have
I'd-
a list there, if you made a couple notes or something, you could add move an amendment to add an item D,
Item D, just to give some historical
including the
information,
following: historical information.
regarding investments made by township over the last, say, I don't know, 10 years.
Okay, township investments into policing.
Township's investments into the RCMP via either facilities and or hirings, as
Mr.
well
Bracken,
as
perhaps
cities.
perhaps you can assist with,
Yeah,
with
can
an
you help me?
amendment with an amendment motion here to capture the intent.
I think we just be careful with the term investments. I think we may want to say contributions.
Oh,
The
that-
town-
okay, yes.
You know, the township's contribution to both the historical number of members, the administrative overhead cost, and the infrastructure. So we're
Yeah.
looking at those three things, both the members, the infrastructure, and then, of course, the overhead costs, the administrative costs, because we supply, through this process, the civilian staff that work at the RCMP.
Would you like to move that amendment, Councillor Van Pop?
Just with just adding that I want to see it from both city, like what the cities and townships are contributions.
Capture that in the amendment motion, Mr. Bracken. Yeah. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Do you want to read that back, perhaps, Ms. Bauer, when you've had a chance to finalize that with Mr. Bracken?
Okay. The amendment would be for historical information regarding both the city and township contributions to facilities, number of members, infrastructure, and overhead costs.
Did I capture it, Councillor Van Pop?
Yes,
Great.
thank you.
So seeing nothing, I'll call the question on that amendment of Q1. That carries unanimously with Councillor Pratt absent. Moving on to the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on Q1 as amended. That carries unanimously with Councillor Pratt absent. Moving on to Q2. Councillor Martins, go ahead. Q2.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I'm moving the motion as filed.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Do you wish to speak to it? Go ahead.
Nothing to add. The motion speaks for itself.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I've got some questions here about the effect of this and why it's needed. Like, what is the perceived problem that this is solving? And in particular, number C, with the removals of section 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.9 within the policy. Why are those needed?
Yeah, I don't have those in front of me, Councillor Richter. Maybe, do you have those in front of you?
Yeah, I
What is
do.
4.3 again?
Yeah, just let me, this is Q2, right? Land tracts, okay. So, policy 105, the Q, sections 4.3 is disposal or exchange of municipal lands where no identified future need is seen will be determined by appropriate township divisions. Removal of 4.4, township properties will be exchanged versus sold whenever possible. Township will use existing surplus land as inventory property for future township use. 4.5, designated township staff will ensure a continual review of market conditions and current township needs to ensure wherever possible that the property is acquired in weaker real estate markets and disposed in higher real estate markets. And 4.9, the township's agricultural land reserve strategy will be used to maximize utilization of township properties. So with respect to item C, it seems to me that those are 4 relatively important checks and balances, and I'm just wondering why they need to be removed.
Yeah,
But I still want to know what is the overall effect of this resolution and why it's needed. What's the perceived problem
So,
itself?
and I could probably address that. I think I was going to speak to the motion when everybody else was concluded for the first time, and I can do that now. I certainly support this. I think it's a needed reform. How the Township of Langley has historically managed and disposed of its real estate, and what this is doing is this is bringing it more completely and fully to the council table. And I believe there will be some subsequent reforms to make the process more publicly transparent. I believe that's what's occurring here in A4 and in A1 in regards to a revised process for the disposition of public lands. I believe C is attempting to reduce some of the previous council direction around policy about prioritizing some factors over others, about having management carry on activities, which I believe that it's imperative, given the size of the municipalities becoming and the reforms that are contemplated, to have those decisions occurring at the council table. So I believe that that's the intent of the motion as written, Councillor Richter. Okay,
but did you author it?
I worked on it together, yes, with Councillor Martins.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.9 have to go.
I believe that I've answered that question, Councillor Richter. Do you have anything else?
Nope. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question in Q2. Q2. That carries with Councillor Kunst and Councillor Richter opposed. Moving on to Q3. Councillor Martins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on this one as well, I'm moving the motion as filed.
Great. Is there a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Van Popte. You wish to speak to it?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
On November 8th, Councillor Bailey and I toured the Township of Langley Engineering Operations Facility. It so happened that on the same day, there were many Township of Langley staff on site for the winter snow maintenance training. We were given an overview of the snow removal policy for the Township of Langley and learned that the policy focuses on clearing of snow from streets, not from sidewalks. As a longtime resident of Walnut Grove, I have witnessed the hazard and potential liability where sidewalks are not cleared on arterial roads, people slipping and falling, students struggling to get to and from school, seniors and other vulnerable residents unable to safely access nearby services on foot or proper access to transit. And the problem continues to grow every winter. Knowing that this same scenario would arise once snowfall began in Langley, as it has done, I met with staff to clarify policy and bylaws governing the clearing of snow from sidewalks. The current snow removal policy does not reflect the Township of Langley Highway and Traffic Bylaw. In the policy, the responsibility for the removal of snow from sidewalks abutting residential has been incorrectly placed onto residents. But the bylaw, section 509 sub 1, clearly states that the owners or occupiers of residential property are only responsible to clear snow from fronting sidewalks, not abutting. In Walnut Grove, subdivisions are designed to be inward facing, with arterial roads and sidewalks abutting the exterior of those subdivisions. As an example, if you travel along 88th Avenue in Walnut Grove, you will notice this is the case for much of that stretch. A major road for students attending Walnut Grove Secondary and for residents accessing services and transit. The lack of snow removal on the majority of that stretch makes it impossible to safely use those sidewalks. This is but one example. Since making these inquiries, I've heard similar complaints from residents in Yorkson and Willoughby for students attempting to walk to RE Mountain Secondary and Peter Ewart Middle School. And the complaints continue to grow. In the spirit of enhancing public safety, I bring forward this notice of motion in order to ensure that the Township of Langley snow removal policy accurately reflects who is responsible for snow removal from sidewalks based on the Highway and Traffic Bylaw, that the Township of Langley review the policy to ensure this much needed part of snow removal is made a priority moving forward, and that enforcement does incur in places where the Township of Langley is not responsible and where the required party is failing to comply with the bylaw. This situation repeats every time it snows. It's not going away, and we need to get it right in the spirit of pedestrian safety.
Right. Councillor Victor?
Yeah, so my questions are similar on this one as well. What is the cost? Like, is this intended report going to just move ahead and do these changes, or will there be some sort of a cost report coming to council which looks at the costs of additional equipment needed, if townships assuming responsibility for designated sidewalk areas, as well as the cost of additional and the amount of additional staff that will be needed, and whether or not this can be outsourced? So is snow removal something that we're looking at doing by putting more staff on, or are we looking at it by contracting out? So will those be coming as part of this report? And if they're not, then, Mr. Mayor, I request an amendment that costs be added to the report.
I believe the way the motion, and I did not author this, the way the motion seems to be written to me is draft amendments, assuming to bring the bylaws into alignment with some of the challenges where some areas are not being cleared, where there's no property owner with responsibility as per the bylaw. And I think it's clarifying that we need a policy around, and there's many of these areas, as Councillor Martin has highlighted. So we could certainly add a cost component to that, Mr. Bracken. Do you need an amendment to that? We can certainly process an amendment to add that as part of the draft amendments portion of A.
Your Worship, under sub B, it does say an outline of potential cost implications and processes for improved snow removal. So that language itself would cover the costs and likely the options for the snow removal itself, whether it be use of staff or other means.
Okay, but B is focused in on increased services for second and third priority areas. It's not talking about the costs of sidewalk maintenance.
Yeah, we could also just cancel snow removal service altogether, I suppose.
No, nobody is suggesting that, Mr. Mayor. It's a little cheeky, I think.
Yeah, well, I think we can certainly add that to the report of A, but we could probably do it by an amendment to the motion, Councillor Richter, if you want to ensure that it's included in the report.
Yes.
Sorry?
Are not sidewalks already included in section B?
So we can just deal with, so Councillor Richter, would you like to move that amendment to include cost for clause A?
Yes, so we could amend B to include costs of A as well.
Well, I think that I think that's not clear that if we want costs outlined for implementing A, that would be separate from implementing B. I believe they're attempting to solve different problems as I'm sort of reading it here. So we could, would you like to propose an amendment to add cost implications to clause A?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Councillor Richter, do you have anything further on that?
No, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yeah, I just, since you're talking about, would this, if I may throw a chair to Mr. Backen or the director of, what they call finance, would this not be, this and other things be not items discussed during the budget process, if I may?
They may be, however, I think this is actually focusing more on the snow removal issue as to, well, to some of the roads, but primarily as to sidewalks. And I think what we're seeking to do by the amendment is to make it very clear that that there's cost implications that are discussed under both A and B, as the language under B could be construed to include it, but perhaps not. So by removing the ambiguity, the amendment attempts to bring clarity to the motion.
The reason why I'm asking, if I may through a chair, is the fact that during the budget process, when you're ordering dump trucks and graders and tires and everything else, the engineer puts us through a kind of a rendering of how many roads are being serviced and how they're serviced and the priority as outlined in our snow and ice control servicing. And that's put forward how much would it cost to do another road, how much would it cost to do this or that, and then we're asked to decide accordingly, if I may. Do you remember that process?
That's correct, Your Worship. As part of the budget process, as we delve into the need for vehicles, equipment, or other, I guess, other supportive sort of supplies, we do reference by the road network, the miles, the kilometers, and the various conditions. Again, so some of those are touched on peripherally in terms of what would be impacted, The standard of service, though, which I think is what this is looking at, it's enhancing the standard of some of those areas that are not ordinarily serviced or perhaps not serviced in a timely fashion, is attempting to actually make that incorporated into some of our policy implications, or our policy discussions, and as well then outline the costs associated with each.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing else, so I certainly have no trouble with the amendment. There's certainly no harm in seeing what it's going to cost, and then I'll speak a little bit more on, call the question on the amendment. What is this, 3? That carries unanimously, so back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Richter, do you have anything else?
No, that's fine, thank you very much.
Okay, that's great. So on the main motion, yeah, when I saw this motion and understood a bit more about what the problem is trying to solve, something I hadn't read a lot about. Driving around the last 4 or 5 days, I've actually noticed how many areas this motion is going to apply to, where residential development's back onto streets and technically no one's responsible for it and the township's not maintaining it. And many, many areas, I was surprised you start to look for them, how many there are and how many people from seniors to young people that are walking on these sidewalks, and it's going to be great to see them taken care of. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I've been doing the same, and I've been getting a significant amount of complaints about the sidewalks. And the experience is the people that do slip and fall are young children and seniors, and they're very unsettling calls to deal with because they're usually by high traffic areas, so there's considerations of safety for all kinds of people that are gathering around. Everyone wants to help and all that kind of stuff. So I think this is really timely, and I fully support this.
Great. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I just want to add for fellow council here. Although I did approve the amendment, I'm leery of verbiage of including, financial implications strictly because I don't think it matters. This motion for me, is a no-brainer. It's something that has to be done regardless of costs. I don't ever want to see somebody fall on a township arterial road where we're asking people to walk more and then we're not actually providing safe ways for people to do it. So I just caution councillors that regardless of the costs that come in on this one, that we just take public safety to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, and if in this report you're going to consider contracting this service out, I would really like to have all considerations in there. If you look at what's happened to the road situation since they've contracted that out, while they might cheap out and look better on a cost basis, I also want all factors included in penalties for non-performance and other problems that continually arise with contracting out.
Just to clarify, Councillor Richter, if you did want to add that, I believe that wasn't part of the motion. It was cost implications. It was not to consider contracting.
Cost implications, equipment, staff, and whether or not we look at contracting.
Mr. Backen, do you have that then as part of the amendment? Yeah, okay, great. So I misunderstood, so that's great. So Councillor Bailey, you done? You finished? Great, great, okay. So now on the main motion as amended, call the question. Carries unanimously. I'm going to move on to Q4. And then after Q4, I'll call a brief recess for a bathroom break. We've been at it for about 2.5 hours. So, Councillor Martins, Q4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in the spirit of the way that I've done the last three, I'm moving this one as well as filed.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Do you wish to speak to it?
Nope. The motion speaks for itself.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just if I may, through the chair to the clerk, wasn't this a motion already on the table and referred to the budget of this year, if I may?
Yeah, so just to Councillor Ferguson, I believe there was a previous motion in regards to communicating and discussing with the strata corporations some potential options. This is substantially different in my opinion, so I didn't see it as conflicting, and I did confirm with Mr. Backen that this would be seen as new direction to replace previous direction. Is that correct, Mr. Backen? You want to confirm that? Yeah, Councillor Ferguson, does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, it's just the fact that we had also indicated the discussion from either legal counsel or otherwise about how this would proceed. If you remember that, if I may.
I do.
There could indeed be other challenges regarding the width of the road, regarding the standards. When we were talking also about meeting with the Strata Corporation regarding an actual strata type road that is not the same as our municipal standards, because a number of challenges regarding width and depth and other things, concrete or asphalt depths and things like that. So there was a number of things that had to be looked at, if I may.
Yeah, I think B potentially addresses that. There was a concern that has come up. I would also say, Mr. Backen, if there's some way along in this process that staff come across something which allows them to not proceed with this based upon something they determine while pursuing council direction, they would bring it back to us and say there's a complication, then that would be brought to council's attention in the future if it so arises. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah. So that answers your
My only point was that some of our standards are different than a strata road, so we were going to consider, I'm not sure if the staff, they might bring that back, a strata type road where it would be still certainly a Township of Langley road, but it would have different standards. Anyway, that was something that we discussed.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Ferguson.
Yep.
Just for council's information, I also have an amendment to add an item C. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to know what the cost of this will be. This motion is clearly directing that the action occurs. No ifs, ands, or buts. I just want to know what the cost is.
I think I did discuss that with Mr. Backen, and I have met with the residential property representatives on multiple occasions. I believe they're contemplating turning it over to us for consideration of $1, Councillor Richter, and I believe Councillor Martins anticipated this, and the second part is simply a report to council as part of the budget process. It would outline costs.
Oh, okay, but Mr. Mayor, if I could ask for the administrator's
Yeah, of course,
opinion,
Mr.
please.
Backen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Part of the challenge is the complexity. We've been on only some sort of rudimentary calculations as this is. For example, we know it's a strata road, so as such, there's going to be some, utilities that are buried in that road, and we haven't had the ability to actually determine the proximity of any dwellings or the parking garage to it. So as part of that, it would be a bit of an iterative process where we actually take that into account, and as you suggested, then we analyze what the implications are, and if it's very straightforward and simple as to the placement of those, then we can come back and say $1 and add something else. If it's going to be much more expensive than that, we'd have to actually advise council of the implications of it, and it's something that I think would come from the whole process.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Backen, but finishing and completing item A would require a subsequent approval by council.
Oh, well, that's correct, because of the fact it's going to be considered some sort of road acquisition or some form of that. It's going to be necessary, and I believe the reference to expropriation was more in terms of allowing flexibility in terms of acquiring the actual land itself, because that may have some benefits to the other party, but it's not something that I think we would look at as being without their consent.
That's correct. And so the challenge there, Mr. Backen, just to refresh your memory, is they have multiple strata corporations, and the process for them to dispose of land would require multiple AGMs, quorums, and so on and so forth. Very onerous, complicated process versus a $1 expropriation to achieve the same result with their permission. I believe that's what they've asked for in multiple rounds of correspondence, which former members of council will remember. So I believe, Councillor Richter, the cost or any other complications would be coming back to council in any event, if that addresses your concern.
Well, except that the way this motion is worded, it just says we're not going to hear anything about the costs until it goes to the 2023 budget process. I think we need to hear before it goes to the 2023 budget process.
Mr. Backen would be correct. I doubt you're going to be able to complete this process with them prior to the conclusion of the budget bylaw. I think potentially the item B from, and Councillor Martins can clarify, this would be having it potentially listed within the budget, potentially even approved in future years. Would that be correct?
No, I think that's correct. But for the reference to the 2023 budget process, this likely wouldn't be completed or even partially processed until mid-2023. So this is something we'd have to accelerate at least to get some envelopes
And I would
for.
sort of remind council too, and new members of council, that it says 2023 budget process with Mr. Backen. It is a 5-year financial plan. And if we're contemplating these kinds of updates as a council in future years, we would want to potentially have that within the 5-year plan. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. So thanks. Councillor Richter, would you like to propose other amendments to capture additional intent?
Okay, so in A, where it says initiate and complete the most expedient legal process, will a report be coming back to council that will address the costs?
Yeah, Mr. Bracken.
And I mean not just the costs of getting the road transferred to us, but the costs of us now having to maintain the road.
Mr. Bracken, you could certainly include that in a report, but you have to come back to complete the legal process. You'd have to get a subsequent motion of council. You could include, of course, any cost implications to completing the process. That'd be correct. Councillor Richter, is that acceptable?
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. I have an amendment. We've also heard from many owners on 207th Street, so I would like to move an amendment to add item C for an additional report, nothing more, a report to council on assuming maintenance and traffic control improvements of 207th Street within the 2023 budget process. I so move. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on me requesting an additional report on 207th Street, which is also in the same situation? Just a report. Councillor Van Popta.
Could you just clarify the between which blocks?
Yes, so that's great. I could do that. 207th Street, which would be in the same proximity of 207A between 82nd and 80th Avenue.
Okay.
Is that helpful? Mr.
Yeah, I
Bauer,
think
can
it
you
just-
add that to the motion or just make it clear that that's the scope of 207th Street that I'd like to see considered? Is that good? Councillor Richter?
So that was 207. So is this now going to be a cascade of condos now wanting us to maintain their roads because we're setting a precedent with this one?
I think what I would like to see is just a report on this, because I have heard from the same volume, not quite the same volume as organization of 207A, but many residential property owners, strata owners within access to 207 that are not looking for ownership to be taken over, but have no control to manage traffic control, have to maintain a road that they see as having municipal purpose. So I think this is, again, just looking for a report to council to consider 207 at the same time that we consider revisions to 207A, or this report could come back at any time. There's no special urgency to this.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Anything else on the amendment? I'll call the question on the amendment. That carries unanimously. And then on the main motion as amended, and seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question on Q4. That carries unanimously. I don't have to get a motion or anything. I can just declare a recess for 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll do that. So we'll come back at 3:40. Thank you. Okay, we'll get back underway. Okay, Councillor Van Popta, item Q5.
Oh, sure, as my mouth is. Yeah, so
Do you want to move it first, please? You want
yeah.
to read it or you want to move it?
I don't need to read it. The motion speaks for
Did
itself.
you move it? Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Would you like to go ahead or make the motion speaks for itself?
The motion speaks for itself.
The theme of the day, it seems. Okay.
But geez, anecdotally, you know, kids are jumping into that river whether they're supposed to or not. And it was reported to be very, very, very shallow this summer. And some of the user groups have been, actually all the user groups have been complaining about the depth of the river. And I don't think it's actually been dredged since '07, I want to say. So it's a regular maintenance item that should probably come back on the table.
All right, thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I had a question about whether this is ultra vires, and I'm wondering if Mr. Backen could please advise us. Is dredging a TOL responsibility, or does it belong to another level of government? And if it is our responsibility, which I'd be surprised that we could do anything more than advocate on it, what's the cost and what's the staff capacity?
Mr. Backen, yeah, go ahead.
So, Your Worship, I guess the key to start with is that this is actually asking staff for a report, an analysis and a report. So we begin with that, which could actually include the determination of our jurisdiction. Having said that, though, and having been through these processes before, strictly speaking, the waterway is the responsibility of the province. However, we know that because of the foreshore rights that the township has, and of course that the KFN has on their side, that no action will be taken without consultation and coordination with the foreshore property owners. As such, then, what this is, I think, attempting to do is having staff report back on the implications of how we could proceed and what that would look like. In the past, when it was done before in 2005 or 2006, when it was part of the Bedford Landing, I guess, amenities provided, it was a two or a three-way process with funding actually in part coming from the private sector as well. So with this, then, I think the approach we would take is we would come back to council with a report. Now, this report, again, in terms of its cost, could likely be done at least at the staff level. Again, the determination of the priority of it would be dependent upon other priorities, but because we've done this once before, I think in conjunction with others, I don't think this would be that onerous, but again, we wouldn't want to have a defined timeline for it. We want to fit it in.
I don't see a defined timeline in the motion there, Mr. Backen.
But it didn't, that dredging that was done the last time, didn't that come through the MP's office, MP Warwood's office?
Yep, there has to be coordination between both the federal government, the provincial government, and the municipality because of the foreshore rights. Now, if the municipality wasn't involved, there would still have to be coordination between the provincial government and the federal government because of the nature of the way the federal government deals with reserve lands. The township having significant property interests on the other side of the channel, I think would have to be involved with that, again, at least from a consultative point of view, from the Marina Park boat launch and as well I guess the docking stations that are there for the canoeists.
Okay, so basically, we would have more of an advocacy role than an actual dredging role. Is that what I'm hearing?
Potentially, yes. Hopefully limited to that. As I recall, though, there's going to be a monetary issue at some point that I think we'd seek to understand. Because when the channel was dredged before, there was a private sector contribution, an amenity contribution from Park Lane when they were doing the Bedford Landing area.
Okay. So that's the intent, then the report will come back with recommendations from staff around what could be done, not what will be done.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, just another point, if I may, through the chair. Also, I think that's one of the reasons that it got held back in the past was Fisheries and Oceans got involved and they didn't want to do anything, if I may.
That's one of the federal agencies that has to be dealt with. There's the KFN lands, which are controlled by the Department of Indian Affairs, and then as well there's Fisheries and Oceans as to the impact on the river and the species that are there, the salmon and every species. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more discussion, I'll call the question on Q5. Carries unanimously. We're going to move on to Q6. notice of motion that I filed for a development application process improvements and some associated new council policies. I'll move the motion as submitted. Ms. Bauer, I did have a verb correction under item B. I'll move the motion with the word create a new council policy under B, which there's just a word missing. So I'll move that motion. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Just going to speak to it a little bit, and then I'll answer questions if any come up. This is attempting to embark upon what I see as a pretty significant opportunity for reforming the development process with a number of positive outcomes to reduce red tape, get applications to councillors sooner, decrease administrative and processing burden on staff before political approval in principle. It allows the public to weigh in earlier in the process of development than it currently does, typically waiting until near the end of a significant amount of engineering that's done. And then if some changes wants to be made, it's a significant burden to not only staff and the proponent, and it makes the ability to achieve some minor changes more extensive and costly, which could be accommodated earlier on in the process. So altogether, these add up to a significant reform of the development process up to council approval in principle by significantly reducing the amount of submissions that are required, the engineering that's required to simply achieve a political approval in principle. Currently, we anticipate and require significant quantity of engineering up front prior to a political approval. That is something that I think the council can consider deferring until after approval when you proceed from an approval in principle to preparations for construction. So overall, these are heading in the direction of attempting to streamline and improve and reduce red tape for the creation of housing in our community. Moving on, Councillor Richter. There you go.
This is a very long, somewhat prescriptive motion, but I wanted to get clarification on some things. First of all, the downstream impacts, like right now, what I understood was happening with the process we have in place is that they're doing all the legwork ahead of time. So when it comes to council, it's a relatively fast turnaround because all the legwork's been done. At some point, the legwork has to get done. So where are those downstream impacts under this model? Well, that's question number one. Question number two is, again, the cost of doing this and the staff capacity to do this. Like, do we have the staff capacity to turn things around in 24 hours or 1 week or whatever the election promise was? The third question is, we know that the new Premier, Mr. Eby, is revising provincial legislation, which we will be subject to. Is this generally in alignment with his directions? Because if it's not, we're just going to have to redo it all once it's been done. So those are my three basic questions. Oh, and I had one more. With regards to rescinding developer-held public information meetings and rescinding development information for community associations, I'm just curious as to why we would do that.
Yeah. So I can certainly, and you can forward some additional questions to staff. The intent of the downstream impacts, this is attempting to give proponents more assurance that if they're investing a significant amount of time and money and consultant capacity into the engineering requirements, that they have an approval in principle before they do that. It will also make it less expensive and more timely for the public to ask for changes, for council to ask for changes sooner on in that legwork process, as you called it, and allowing for changes to be accommodated not only from council but the public prior to a significant expenditure of consultant time, staff time, and engineering that legwork, so that as it arrives to council, it's still in that preliminary stage. And does council need to know exactly where the water pipe is going to go and how big it is, exactly where the sewer pipe is going to go and how big it is, in order to identify that the use and the density of use is something that has our support through the community planning process or an OCP amendment that council supports. It's attempting to reduce the cost and the timeline to get to the council table. The election promise you referenced regarding 1 day was in relation to Part 9 single-family residential building permits. That was not a promise that was related to the development process. That would be a reform that's coming forward at a future meeting. The EB description and requirements, Mr. Back and Mr. Seffi, those are very high level for the moment regarding housing and municipality reaching its targets. And for those municipalities of which I believe the Township of Langley does not qualify, for other municipalities that are still debating whether they should build housing, not where they should be building housing. And I believe that that's how it was summarized in the mayor's call with the two ministers overseeing those portfolios. They are having problems with other municipalities that are still debating whether to build housing. We're not debating that. We're debating where and of what form. And so I think that they're addressing a different problem with the EB requirements. I'm currently not expecting, from what I heard on the minister's call, those to be really applicable to the Township of Langley. And these reforms actually, I think, would be quite beneficial to what the province is trying to accomplish. The developer-led public information meetings are a holdover and a result of the Brookswood public and the Coulterberry public hearing processes back in 2013. I believe that they are adding approximately 2 months to the development process to get to the council table. By the time you get staff approval for the open house slides, you follow the notification requirements and timelines, get the feedback from the open house, and then submit it to staff for processing with potentially revisions. That process is adding a significant quantity of time for the benefit that I believe it's yielding. And so I am recommending that council repeal that and replace it with a series of reforms that allow for public awareness and consultation much earlier on in the process, which I believe will be of significantly higher value to council and provide a superior level of public input for the public. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Richter?
No, there's still the one, and I'd like Mr. Backen to answer it, is the cost of doing this and whether or not staff currently has the capacity.
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'd begin by noting that I think that the three parts refer really to creation of a report, a policy, and I think another report. So we begin on that premise in terms of taking some time to analyze these and to advance them, if appropriate, after we've been through the report, policy, and report stage. In terms of the cost of them, a bit early to tell. It looks like it's something that could be dealt with internally, so that it becomes a priority issue, and that's something that we'd have to consider in terms of the other workload that's going on. It is something that is significant. I think there's no doubt about that, but I think the end result of it, if we can put all the pieces together, would be a changed system, a quicker system, an enhanced system that would actually move a lot of the decision-making to the front end. Now, what that would actually mean by moving it to the front end would be there would be smaller reports, I guess, that are dealing with the substantive issues that council is concerned about, the use and density, because we wouldn't be into the details of the various components, such as what we've sometimes referred as Water Act approvals, some of the, fisheries approvals, all those things that take some time and energy, especially if you're trying to determine the appropriate water course or the relocation of a water course. It would still need to be done, but council would adjudicate on the decision prior to that being resolved, as opposed to the present system where it's actually adjudicated upon after those are resolved, which adds to the cost and expense.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr. Backen, I have just one clarification, Councillor Richter, to that answer before you continue. Would it also be that this is being handled by Development Services separately from Long Range Planning, is now Community Policy and Planning? These are different departments that are processing these previous directions. Would that be fair to summarize? This is not the same staff members working on 5 different motions. Would that be fair?
No, I think that's very true. A lot of these directions are going to have multi-divisional impacts across a number of divisions, which is going to make it different. They're not all going to reside with the clerk's office, for example, although I'm sure they're game.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Richter?
So yes, I had a clarification question for Mr. Backen. So by front-end loading it, there's still going to be delays with the approvals from other agencies. So does that mean it's now going to take longer for an application to get through to final, from third to final?
I'd phrase it this way. I think the challenge that some of the other agencies have is that they are providing their information and advice not knowing the township's position. I think our hope would be that if they actually know the township's position is generally supportive of the initiative, that might give them some comfort then in advancing their own internal processes where they have the time and resources, because as we often hear, some of their challenges are like our challenges. It's the time, the resources, and the people that they're experiencing. So I can't answer the question definitively. I can give the logic in terms of that it should help improve things, but there's so many variables we can't say categorically one way or the other.
Okay, so my final question, Mr. Backen, is from your perspective, and maybe this is an unfair question, but is it worth a try?
No, I think so. I think we do hear and see the frustration in people in terms of the processes and the time it takes, because it's not as simple as it was 20 years ago. There's a myriad of other levels that has to be added on to this, from trees we've talked about today, from Water Act approvals to fisheries and oceans approvals potentially, to environmental impact analysis, to environmental sensitivity analysis. As we go down that list, it's significant. So as we try to peel some of those away, or at least ensure that they're dealt with after a point where the expense is going to be something that is not going to be a waste because it's not going to be advancing. I think by actually trying to front end this, we try to make it simpler, and it's going to be an iterative process as we go through it. We're going to have to try and improve and twist and retest and test again, but I think it's going to change the focus, which I think is where the attempt is worthwhile.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that too, Mr. Backen, if I can add to that. In that regards to, there's maybe three, just for council's benefit, there might be three phases. There might be achieving approval in principle, application approval in principle, preparation for final adoption, building permit, and construction. That would be one phase. And so this is focused, these reforms are focused on the pre-approval in principle phase, the public input phase, and providing a higher level and higher quality of opportunity for the public to weigh in. The proponents and the township are not investing a significant amount of time not knowing whether council supports the application. And then I would anticipate subsequent reforms and direction and requests to improve the process for the other two phases. This is only one of three phases that I would like to suggest that council attempt to reform, to reduce the time for a housing application from 5 years down to hopefully 2 to 2.5 to 3. Carry on here. Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I have the unique perspective of having sat in the audience for probably a dozen years, hearing, every once in a while that, by the time something's gotten to the council table that we don't like it, we're frustrated with it. And meanwhile, the proponent has spent years, months, hundreds of thousands of dollars on their application. And so this solves two things, which is better comfort for the proponent, knowing that we politically approve it, and then also to make things go faster. We need housing. We need to get these applications through, and so I'm all for finding efficient ways to do it. And I find that, for the most part, this policy or this bylaw addresses that. The only thing is that I would ask to make one small amendment. Okay. And that would be to add under section C, point 3, just to include a mechanism for if 3 or more council members flag an application early enough in the process, a development permit process, that it's to be approved by council at a regular council meeting. So if there's a bunch of us that are looking at something and we see that we have questions, I think it should come to the table so that we can.
So you're referring to the attempt here. So why don't we come back to you if you can work on a specific motion for the clerk to record.
Okay. Sorry, that was that up until I went on to the preamble.
Okay, yeah. So I can come back to you for that once some other speakers have had a chance. Can you do that? Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. Thank you. I think overall I support and I appreciate the intent of what the motion's trying to do. My concern is also with section C, specifically C2, and it's not so much a concern as a question, I suppose, for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I understand delegating approval for the industrial applications. None of us here are developers in terms of industrial. Mm-hmm. So for me, having the experts bring forward their application, having them interact with staff, that makes sense. For section C2, my question would be why the specific UPA of 25? Is that 25 UPA per a neighborhood plan, or is that the effective UPA of a project? Yeah. And then also, but yeah, I suppose it's really just why 25, because at the end of the day, 25 could still trigger an OCP amendment, and I think for an OCP amendment, that does justify coming to council.
Yeah, so that's I think that's an interesting. So I got two clarifications there. So I also want to thank as well the consultations that I had with staff that helped craft these directions and some of their input that led to some of these. And C2, if you read carefully, delegate approval authority to staff for development permits for residential developments without commercial or industrial components, residential densities of less than 25 units per acre, or the functional ratio-based equivalent, meaning if the neighborhood plans are switching to FA or FSR, which they may or may not based on council staff recommendations, with an appropriate notification to council prior to its issuance. So they're specific to development permits. So if it was an OCP amendment for the rezoning portion of the application, it would still be retired currently, that process would have to come to council.
Okay.
It is only the contemplation of delegation for development permit portion of the applications, which are currently adopted at final adoption. And this is attempting to suggest that any townhouse development without a commercial or mixed-use component would be delegated to staff. And so townhouse developments are typically up to 22 units per acre. Yep. Apartments are much higher. So apartments, mixed-use buildings, or high-rise or mid-rise applications would not be delegated. This would only be for your standard, very simple, run-of-the-mill, so to speak, single-family and townhouse developments are captured by that definition.
So just to clarify, townhouse developments would be then delegated.
And only the
completely by
development
staff.
permit portion.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Mr. Seffi, would you like to add to that at all? Does that capture it?
No, I don't think so, Your Worship. I think you've captured it. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Pratt? Good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I actually appreciate this motion a lot, and you clearly were working really, really hard on this because it's almost a small book of recommendations. So I guess I have a few questions. One, are there other municipalities that are also, have these steps that they're taking for these processes, and or is this something new that you've sort of branched out on?
Branched out. I mean, I have not heard of another municipality attempting to take the feedback and condense the approval and principle process. Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure maybe some others have. Maybe Mr. Seffi can jump in if he's heard of any. But what I have heard, getting to know other mayors throughout the region, is that all municipalities are struggling, and they all have a desire to approve housing more quickly and get housing units through the process more quickly. And they're all looking for ways to do that. And I'm hopeful that if these draft amendments are brought back and council can start to adopt some or all of them, that we would start to be potentially setting the example within the region to approve housing more quickly. And again, reform the process to allow public to have a participation earlier in the process.
Right. So, so I mean, this is something that we heard a lot in the last 4 years, is just the time that it takes to approve an application. So would there be some merit to maybe establishing maybe a date in the future that we can sort of look back and see how some of these changes, if they were good, just some of the unintended consequences, again, that we see all the time, and then, even have the development community, I don't know, is it UDI, that, hey, this is, working well, but this isn't working well, and, that way, but if we don't set a date, it could be one of these ongoing sort of situations where, if we don't sort of attempt to establish a date to review it, would that be something that we could maybe do as a...
Yeah, let's see. What Mr. Bracken, you touched on a potential feedback mechanism as part of the process to give it a try, so to speak, and then look at a feedback mechanism to report on how well it may be achieving its objectives.
Typically, as part of our work programs, yearly we have an analysis, or we do a review of the process in question. We analyze it, and then we, if it's going fine, we proceed, and if it's not going fine, we tweak it. As part of that process, it'd be easy for us to simply note or flag for council's benefit that this new regime is going forward, how that's actually performing and what it looks like. So it's something that when I was referring to that tweaking, I was referring to the fact that there will be some moving parts here that we'll have to actually take some time and look at. They in and of themselves may require further council intervention because of some of the complexities that may affect bylaws or policies, but failing that, we would still be in a position to come back ordinarily if there are pressure points or issues, we'd certainly be happy to come back and report to say everything is wonderful, but most likely we'd be coming back incrementally on some of the issues we're seeing as we go through this process.
Does that sort of capture
Yeah,
your desire?
no, that's good.
Yeah.
As long as that we do have at some point, can reflect on how it's all working out, so.
And I think Mr. Backen keeps touching on a prioritization of some of the work items. So I think it may be appropriate, Mr. Backen, for us to consider a process to show council in January the current items and give you some direction on where the priorities are. And that would address, I think, your earlier comment potentially as well around
Right, and
priorities.
I guess it would be inviting all the stakeholders that it does impact, so okay. Yep, thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Richter, I had the Van Popta amendment. Would you like to wait until that? Councillor Richter?
On the point that Councillor Pratt raised. So the development permits, when they come to council, they talk about form, character, and siting. And in the past, we've looked at some forms and character that didn't look like they were going to fit in the surrounding neighborhood. If staff are approving these, how will we be able to get feedback from the surrounding area on the form and character?
Yeah. So if I could respond to that, I spent a fair bit of time considering that with some feedback from management and staff. If you look at item C2, with an appropriate notification to council prior to its issuance. So the intent is for council and the public to be aware of development applications early in the process. That's captured in the subsequent portion around items 1 and 2 in regards to council being made aware of development applications, including development permits, and there'd be automated public notification for any member of the public that wished to have it. And there, that development permit would be available online, similar to what Vancouver and other municipalities are doing. All of these public files are available for the public to look at all throughout the development process. That would apply to council as well. So subsequent and appropriate notification to council prior to its issuance. The point this could be notified and mentioned to council that it's heading towards delegation approval to staff. And I believe Councillor Van Popta wants to have a mechanism to bring it to the council table if so desired by 3 members of council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is your question? Go to you, Councillor Van Popta, for your amendment.
Yes, so I'd like to amend to add C.3.
Okay.
And that is to include a mechanism for if 3 or more council members flag an application early in the process, that it's to be approved by council at a regular council meeting.
So move, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Kuntz. Would you like to discuss that, or would you like to?
I'll just say that, every once in a while, the intent being, and I said this before, is that if there's a few of us that are kind of scratching our head at something, that we should probably all discuss it together.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Certainly support it. Seeing nothing else, I'll call the question on the amendment, which is what is this again? Q6. That carries unanimously. So back to the main motion as amended. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the main motion as amended. That carries unanimously. So moving on to Q7. This is another notice of motion I filed. I'll move the motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bailey seconds. This is a replacement boat launch, passive park and marina project in Glen Valley. This is again a staff report as part of the budget process and then the 5-year financial plan starting in 2023 for council to consider constructing a new boat launch to replace the boat launch in Fort Langley at 272nd Street and 88th Avenue in Glen Valley. Mr. Backen, can you give some background on this project? I believe this has been on council's radar for many, many years leading up to the land acquisition in Glen Valley. Can you please give some background?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Worship. The Marina Park boat launch has been an interesting, I guess, amenity for some time, and also a challenging one because of its location, its ability to be accessed across the tracks and through a very kind of narrow driveway, and through the channel itself, which is actually, as we're seeing, silting up significantly. It is one of the amenities we identified that likely needs to be replaced if council agrees, if we're to try to redevelop that portion. And remember, the original redevelopment plan of that portion of the Bedford House site and the Marina Park site really was intended to provide, I guess, the Bedford area was intended to provide the Fort to Fort Trail, its completion, and then some sort of way to actually get from the Marina Park site to the National Historic Site, then continue to our new facility. So that that concept has always meant that the boat launch itself was probably ill situated. Understanding that many years ago, then we were able to acquire some property about the vicinity of 252nd and River Road that had some ability to access the water, and as well a boat launch, although probably in an equally rough shape as the one in Marina Park. That property is now, I think it's in the area of 7 acres, and there is some docks that are there as well, and it's relatively well used and whatnot, but it's in its, I guess, primitive state. It needs to be improved, particularly if it's going to have a significant increase in volume of people trying to actually access the site. That would involve the road reconstruction of River Road and to create an intersection that would provide a queuing length or a queuing distance so that there could be a left turn signal that would be activated and would be respecting the train movement that goes in that area itself. So that sort of I guess, location needs capital infrastructure investment, which is significant, but it does then deal with a number of problems we've been facing as to the Bedford House site, Marina Park, and the ability to access it in a more appropriate fashion in an area that's probably better suited to it in terms of some of the other amenities that are surrounding it.
And I'll mention to council that I'd suggest anybody who wants to see it coordinate with Mr. Backen to go see it. I toured it about 2.5 years ago, with the contemplation of this, and felt it was never going to go anywhere with the previous council. I think it is it's a beautiful piece of property, has a lot of great potential for a public benefit, including a boat launch. There are 2 phases, Mr. Backen, if I understand. There would be significant upgrades required for the railway crossing and for queuing lanes, turning lanes to get into and out of that property. That is contemplated in the second part of the motion to potentially begin those works relatively soon, knowing that with the railway they could take a fair number of months or potentially years. And then this is simply to get it into the 5-year financial plan, unfunded, for council's consideration early next year. Mr. Backen, do you have anything to add to why it's structured the way it is? The roadworks are outlined separately, but it's one project, but one component could take a fair amount of time.
That's correct. The rail timeframe, the rail company's timeframe to approve these things is unknown at best. So that the segregation you've put in place is certainly recommended and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm missing the word unfunded. It's not in here. To me, it says you're directing staff to include it, period.
It's included potentially to be funded or unfunded. So it could be presented within or without the funding envelope. It's just going to be there for us to consider in the budget. It could certainly be removed from the budget or moved to be added to the budget.
Okay, so does that clarification need to be in there? Do staff understand it could be funded or unfunded?
Mr. Backen, I think we have that understanding, right?
I think so, because it's referencing, it's included within the budget process, not the budget envelope or
That's
of
correct.
that nature.
Yeah.
So the process has to deal with this, and what council deals with that process is up to council.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so I have 3 questions on this. The first is, what's the cost? Because railway crossings are not cheap. We know that from the last term. Number 2, staff capacity again. Does Mr. Backen have the staff to be able to work on this with everything else he's been given to do? And where do we get the public input?
So, Mr. Seffi, can you address the cost item and also specifically what the motion references, any funding already set aside and in place for this project?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do not have the actual specific numbers at the top of my head, but I can provide council with confirmation that as part of the overall railway improvement requirement a number of years back, there was funding set aside, and the subject rail crossing is one that does require, as Mr. Backen referenced, improvements. We have some funding set aside for the overall project, so not specifically identified, which as part of 2023 project, as part of 2023 budget process, staff was anticipating requesting council to allocate to this particular site anyway. So that is, I guess, the extent of my recollection. Beyond that, I can provide council with information subsequently as part of a written memorandum if needed.
Councillor Richter, would you?
Well, and what about staff capacity and public input?
Mr. Backen?
Again, Your Worship, the capacity is something that is divided up among the divisions. In this case, it's going to be more of a transportation and rail matter to at least start. That's something we haven't tapped, I guess, so far.
Also, Parks and Recreation, we haven't done much with either.
That's good. That's a fair comment, especially as we get to the next part, which is the actual boat launch itself, in terms of what that's going to look like and that part of it as well. But if we were to presume that we're beginning with the rail companies and the approaches, that effectively is just some design work and then as well some, I guess, some rail or consulting work. We would probably need to engage a consultant to deal with the rail companies, perhaps not, but I think that's usually had better results. And then the design work, I think, has partially been done. Some years ago, I think the cost was about $3 million, and I imagine it's going to be significantly, well, not significantly, but higher now because we're talking road and property acquisition and crossings. And the folks that are doing that sort of work, I think, would have some modest capacity. Again, if we actually get into the weeds in this and find out it's much more complicated or that it's taking a disproportionate amount of staff time, we'd have to then look to council again to prioritize this in relation to other projects.
Okay, so I am reluctant to do anything in Fort Langley without getting public input from them. So where can we fit in the public input as a first piece? Do they want this boat launch moved?
You want any suggestions on possible timing for public input? Do you have any? I mean, the budget process itself has public input.
No, that's quite true, Your Worship. I guess I'm just very cautious. I understand the sentiment of making sure that we're getting public input in Fort Langley. The challenge here is we're dealing with a situation where the input would be more in relation to the road and 252nd Street and what's further out. The challenge we're facing with Marina Park is I'm not sure it's really a question of should we relocate the boat launch. It's more a question of do we simply shut the boat launch down in the absence of some other replacement. And as such, I think that the question would be better framed. Do we want to actually go through pre-public consultation on 252? I think the appropriate time would likely be to do that once we've got some level of approvals and some level of certainty as to what the design would look like.
Yeah, and I would add to that, Mr. Bracken, too, that this is an inclusion in the budget process, and if council chooses not to fund or proceed with this project in the 2023 5-year financial plan, that would be, they would have to also, I think, be adjacent or related discussion about whether that does mean the end of a boat launch in the Township of Langley, because I think it's reached a point where that boat launch in Fort Langley does need to be closed or replaced with that. I think we're reaching that point. Would you agree? Yeah, so I think that this is proposing to council a replacement process, but if council wishes to not proceed with replacement and wishes to proceed to simply not have one, that is also an obvious option to just simply not pursue this as part of the budget. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Richter?
For now, yes, thank you.
For now, okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in regards to the boat launch, I know a significant amount of people who utilize that boat launch, and the fishing community out there is much larger than people think, and that's not just recreational. There's a significant industry out there of people that are guides and other uses, and they've been looking at this boat launch as being inadequate and almost dangerous. And a lot of these guys are using boats and that are very expensive. And I worry about the fact that if the boat launch causes injury to these, there could be very significant damages that these people would pursue. So an awful lot of people who are in the fishing industry and recreational fishing that use this would love to see this go ahead. They've been thinking about it for a long time, and they know that access to this the current boat launch is very problematic.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to comment, well, is that obviously it's not very good shape, the boat launch. We went on a tour, I guess, of sturgeon fishing, I think, and we went in off the Kwantlen side. Kwantlen has a boat launch there, and I think the people that are concerned about their expensive boats, and they negotiate something with Kwantlen. So I think that's used as well in the fact that I'm not opposed to this particular motion, but that's something that people are using more for safety reasons. Just wanted to comment that.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, before we call the question, I just see a typo here in item 3 as part of the motion. It says seem appropriate. That should be deem appropriate. Okay, so sorry for that. So with no other speakers, I'll call the question on Q7. That carries unanimously. Move on to Q8, 2023 budget directives with capital project and council policy updates. I'll move this motion. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. I might wait for some other council discussion. This, in some preliminary discussions, Mr. Backen, I might ask you to jump in here. I've been asking for some preliminary meetings to discuss the upcoming budget, potential process improvements that were contemplated by the previous council, but also some of the upcoming challenges, Mr. Backen. I think we are facing a relatively challenging budget year in relation to prior years, and this is attempting, I believe, to give you some direction on what kind of budget to prepare for council's consideration, some policy changes, and then I believe we have discussed, and I think we should update council, bringing some council policy documents to bear to help for future budgets under this council in regards to consistent direction for staff on budget directives and processes, and looking at financial reserve management as a council policy. So do you want to add to the particular challenges we're facing around capital and operating?
Certainly, Your Worship, but I'd like to begin by simply saying that this actually is a very important document if it reflects council's direction and will, because it allows us then to actually to build not just a one-year plan, but a four-year plan, really, with all of its elements, at least with several variables, but allows us to actually have a platform or a foundation that would then allow us to actually perhaps more expeditiously put some of the pieces together. We spend a lot of time looking at scenarios and trying to work around those scenarios and see what the implications of those scenarios are. That takes a lot of time and resources for the finance folks. So the more we can actually steer it in one direction, the better off we're actually going to be. And this has built in some direction that I think is very helpful. As you're referencing the challenges, yes, it will be exceptionally challenging when we look at the inflation rate and things that are going on. We could see a cost increase in the order of magnitude only of 10%, and that's not what I'm suggesting by any way or means is going to be something that's going to be part of a tax increase or anything like that. I'm simply saying we're seeing cost pressures all over. To have this document showing us a direction in terms of what we should be trying to work within then gives us some framework to provide options to council as we go forward about what some of those, what the implications are of some of those options, and being able to go further then and look at some of the specific elements in terms of the priorities of the council itself, in terms of what it is that it seeks to achieve, as is referenced really in section, the second part of this, where it's under number B, but it's really in the second section of it, is incredibly helpful because it allows us to actually ramp up to undertake some of those capital projects, or at least get the design and planning phase underway. And more importantly as well, to try to limit areas or to find areas where we can postpone or eliminate things that are really not part of council's priority set going forward. That's something that's also very helpful, because that means that those resources and the time it takes to actually draft concepts or models for those resources can be set aside and focus in more other areas. And again, of course, this document being a living, breathing document allows for it to be modified not only here today, but from time to time by council as it determines and gets feedback from other sources that this is something that needs to be revisited. It allows that sort of flexibility and allows the budget process hopefully then to react fairly quickly to it, because it's in a very defined area, not something that's always so broad that we can never really feel it or taste it. So that helps.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to sort of highlight for council's consideration before we get into it. Item B and A are meant to go together. It's not to prescribe a specific tax increase rate, but it's to have a starting point, and then for the staff to lay out how different tax rates could be achieved based upon adding or removing items at council's discretion. There is an attempt to improve how I think reserves are reported to council. There's a significant quantity of reserves with relatively small amounts of money. Also to, I think, start looking at how we are going to be realistic around achieving some operating reductions that are permanent, and how that's going to be done. Additionally, benefiting from commercial economic development, considering averaging, which we did consider last term, which eliminates the wild fluctuations that people experience in their real world property tax bill, but does have some downsides and drawbacks. And then overhauling, I think, how DCCs the funds are managed, I think, to achieve hopefully this council's objectives. And as Mr. Backen laid out, identify some cost savings, identify arterial roads as a strategic priority, and then outline a list of capital projects that I believe are required in a community growing at the rate we are. And to do them now is going to be significantly less expensive than to come back and try them, do them later, when they'll either be unachievable or so wildly expensive that it will end up on property taxation. So this is attempted to give council a framework to consider the 2023 5-year financial plan. Councillor Richter.
Okay, this is another very long, very, very detailed motion. I have a number of questions around them and some amendments I'd like to make. I'd also like to see the tax increase of, see, when it says here, the council's aware and considerate of inflation rates, mortgage increases, and other cost of living pressures, why on earth would we even consider a 4% increase for 2023? I don't get that. 4% is not, it's not going to help the majority of people who are feeling the pressures right now, the financial pressures.
Mr. Can I respond to that, Councillor Richter? Is that all right? Mr. Backent, you may want to help. I believe that one of the entities facing significant budget pressures would also be the Township of Langley, in addition to taxpayers. Would that be fair? That we have significant operating challenges given the cost increases that everyone is facing?
That's correct, Your Worship. And a way to perhaps put it in perspective is that we are looking at some sort of, either service adjustments, elimination, use of reserves, reapportionment of the tax bill to cope with the issues in and around, say, a 4% increase. The more we experience some of those challenges, the lower the tax rating goes, the more the challenge is to the organization itself to maintain not only its present services, but the services that the council wishes to deliver in this term itself. So it's something that very much has to be a balancing act, or it doesn't work at all.
And of course, just for council's consideration, I'll also just jump in and remind that this council did do the previous council did do a 2% tax increase during COVID. And at some point that has to be paid for. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, okay, well, there's been some very expensive promises made, and one today includes an additional 1.1 million a year for firefighters. So your item D, where you're going to get operating budget reductions of 1.5 million, I assume those are going to be translated into fire, because somebody's got to pay for the fire. Having said that, I do just want to move on. There is an amendment I'd like to make on the next page. Item number 2, under be it resolved, the council hereby directs staff to cancel and not proceed with the following capital projects, and to release the associated budget envelope for other capital projects. I'd like to strike number 2.
Okay. I have a number of speakers. Can I come back to that?
Yeah,
I suspect there'll be others that will want to move that as well.
I also would like to add to the shopping list under B on the 3rd page, number 7, that the Grant Ward Airport Park be put in there. And I have questions with regards to removing section 3.1.5 permanently from the policy. At some point, council remuneration has to be reviewed. Now, I'm in agreement it doesn't have to be this year or even this term, but taking it out I don't think is going to do anything except create headaches for future councils.
Yeah, so I just want to identify for those that maybe haven't had a chance to look at every item that is contemplated. The current council remuneration policy prescribes that council must proceed with a review of council remuneration within 2023. I'm suggesting that we not proceed with a review of council remuneration.
Yeah, but it says in 2023 or thereafter. You could just simply have moved. We'll put it off.
So what I am trying to do is, I think, cleaning up and removing some of these items of the council policy. I'm proposing that council not consider doing that this term.
Your Worship, perhaps I could just jump in. I think I may be wrong on this, but there may be a clarification needed.
Sure.
The adjustment process remains the same. but the review of the formula that generates the adjustment is what we're really talking about.
correct, yeah.
And I don't think that there's a desire to review the formula this time around, but that the adjustment should continue in their normal path. So it would be something that would still continue, just so we're on the same page.
Well, I don't understand why that needs to, we've gone through this in many councils where it used to come to the council and the council would have to vote whether they would give themselves a raise or not. And then one of the terms under Mayor Froese, a task force was struck, very knowledgeable task force, took a lot of public input, came back with the formula. They spent months working on that. I don't think what they did was wrong. And by having it in a policy, it allows future councils to choose to have a review or not to have a review, but taking it out takes that option away.
So can I confirm that at any time, any member of council could bring forward a notice of motion to review the formula for council remuneration, whether it's in a policy or not? I think it would be good for staff to confirm that that's not a priority of the council. That's my suggestion by putting it in a notice of motion. But you're supportive of the committee's work, but you want it reviewed? Did I hear that? You think they did a good job, but you want us to review the formula?
Well, at the time, they did a good job, and the best thing that they did was they took it out of council's hands.
Okay.
So it became, it was no longer a political discussion.
So
That was the smart thing.
can I come back to you for your amendments? Is that all right?
The other thing is, I think we need to add in, back on the first page again, under this E, where you've got consideration for draft gradual adjustments to mill rates for commercial, other, and industrial property classes over the next 5 years. I agree with that, but I also think that one of the other things we should be doing is advocating for a new mill rate category called high-density residential, and this is something that Langley City has been advocating for a while, and this could be another topic that we have on our, if we were going to have a discussion, at this dinner thing on Wednesday. We should join our voices in with them. We need a new category, a new mill rate for high-density residential.
I think actually I agree. We need significant category flexibility for taxation purposes, which municipalities do not have currently. I believe UBCM has been looking for that for quite a few years, and I think we should definitely join that advocacy if we haven't already.
Okay, so I'll turn the floor back to the next speaker, but I do want to come back to removing, striking that airport view park from the get rid of list.
Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I share similar thoughts regarding I-2 as well as Councillor Richter. I would move, I would like to see it suspended for now, given that, actually through your worship to staff, do you remember what the original budget was on that park?
Your worship?
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe it was around $150,000 when we started.
Okay, so that's where the concern is that it's ballooned to almost 600,000?
I'm being corrected by Mr. Seffi. Go ahead.
Not quite corrected, but there was a subsequent approval as part of the 2022 process. So originally the estimate was $150,000. However, there was $360,000 approved as part of the 2021 budget process. So there was a recognition that 150 was, I guess, in the absence of a design or a concept, and subsequently $360,000 was approved as part of the 2021 process.
And now it's at 600,000.
Yeah. So for this purpose, I'll speak to other business. I'll have another item later. But in regards to Councillor Richter's motion, I'd like to just discuss just suspending it right now, and during that suspension, having the plan modified back to what the original budget amount was, and or find some other funding sources to help make up the balance. Okay, so I'm not opposed to this park per se, but I do have concerns over the process of how we went from 150 to 600.
So I can come back to you. I'll try to reconcile those desires based on other speakers as well. Councillor Kunst.
Oh, yeah, thank you. There's a lot, there's a list. But the one that I care about the most is seeing the Brookswood and Murrayville water quality improvement even being considered to be counciled. Our last meeting, we, all of us, most of us, with no real consideration of how much cost it, we canceled well number 2 so that Fort Langley could have, a better water source. Now we're gonna, temporarily suspend the Brookswood Murrayville water quality improvement, and I would actually just like to take this right off the list and just allow it to proceed because this impacts South Langley and all the residents that live there. So I don't know how to do that. If it's
Come back to you. I've got a list here of
Okay.
amendments. Yeah, I'll come back to you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, and that was also on my list as well, Councillor Kunst. I was concerned that if we're getting rid of that project, what's happening to the quality of water in South Langley and Brookswood, quite frankly. The other one was, it was a clarification question in regards to the Yorkson Community Park cancellation, and I was just confirming if those funds were the funds that were allocated for the skate park and then the parking along 80th
It's
Avenue.
going to correct, you use the word cancellation. This would
Suspension.
be, yeah, this would be, right now, I can address that if you wish me to, or you can move an amendment. I can stick to it then, but Yorkson Community Park is listed here as a suspension because it's de facto sort of in a holding pattern anyway, as the one half of it is considered for the pool and community center.
Half of that 8.6?
That's,
or
well, no, half
for
of the park. Roughly half of the park is being
Right.
considered for that. So it's not clear which portions of what expenditure within that 8.6. This would be resolved, I believe, very quickly early on in the budget process.
Okay.
To get, I think there's a goal of everyone. I don't speak for everyone, but I think there's a significant quantity of members of council that want to see Yorkson Community Park finished. Yeah. Anything else, Councillor Pratt?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll come back to you, or I don't need to. I've got you down here as wanting to also talk to about number 2. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was some discussion already about the I-2, the airport park, and I brought to your attention at the break that we received a document as a distribution list of the item regarding the airport part just at 12:45, and I myself and other members of council are already asking questions about the cost, the change of costs, the contract, and it might be, I mean, I could be on the list for certainly amendments, but it might be advisable to the council to defer this decision until the next meeting so we can actually look at the costs and look at what happened to date so we can make more of a kind of a vested and more academic answer on what we want to do with the actual park.
Maybe there's an alternative process there, Councillor Ferguson. If 90% of the motion is got broad consensus to at least consider as part of the budget process, I want to hold up the whole motion while staff are working on the
Neither
budget.
do I.
For
That's
one,
just that one. It
for
would
one
be a
item. So
deferral of that one item only.
Move deferral of that one
But
item.
I also, okay, now that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I've got you, I did want to say this, this is a well put together document. And also it's going to require some discussion and analysis, but I too am concerned about the water, but I'm not sure how we go about doing my question through the chair to staff, whereabouts are we with the water quality improvements, if I may? Have we not begun a process or done something, if I may, through the chair?
Yeah, Mr. Sevi?
Yes, we have, Your Worship. Yeah. In terms of the improvements, both with the, I guess, the aesthetic issues that were encountered with Murrayville and Brookswood systems in terms of the elevated levels of iron and manganese, which are, again, aesthetic issues. Those have been addressed or in the process of being completed.
Yeah, so
okay, let me move, if I may, through the chair,
ahead, yeah.
to Mr. Safety. So how have they been completed? So what part of this money that's being discussed on this item number 2, what part of this, how much of the item number 2 has been completed, and how much more, I guess, capital has to go forward, if I
But
may?
I think, Councillor Ferguson, I'll let Mr. Sevi respond, but I was provided with a list of carry forward status for all projects, and this project was listed within that carry forward list of approximately 40 to 50% committed, leaving a significant bulk potentially uncommitted. Mr. Sevi, do you want to add to that?
Not until I do a bit more research, Your Worship. That's all I can say at this point.
So thank you. So we could certainly defer or delete that, Councillor
that would be
Ferguson,
another
Council,
one you might
and I
want
could
to
certainly provide rationale for
Yeah.
why it's here during that process. So I'm going to try to address some of these and leave, I think, some of the more controversial items, get dispensed with these. Councillor Richter, would you like to move your amendment regarding council remuneration?
Well, that wasn't my first choice.
I know,
My
but I'd like
first
to,
choice.
I'd like to maybe dispense with some of the less controversial ones
Okay,
potentially.
well, I was just thinking about that, actually. Where is it here? Where did I find that?
Or we can move on if you don't wish to move it.
Yeah, I just want to change, I want to strike removes and put amends.
Amends to what?
To
Councillor
read,
Richter?
to just drop 2023. You just put in the process and/or formula for determining mayor and council remuneration be reviewed by an independent task force, period.
Is that your amendment, Councillor Richter?
Yes.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Ms. Bauer, do you have that documented enough that you've got that? Okay. Councillor Richter, you wish to speak to that amendment?
Yeah, I don't think we should chuck the baby with the bathwater out here. I get not getting an increase this term. I think that, or, you know, striking a task force, I just don't think that's politically acceptable right now. But I think throwing out the process that was developed is not good for future council. So if
So-
we strike the 2023 or thereafter and amend, the council hereby amends section 3.1.5 of council remuneration.
So, Mr. Bracken, I'm going to try to speak to this before I move on to other speakers. I think there may be some confusion here that we're not potentially, may or may not, seeing an increase in council remuneration. There's an existing formula which is automatically in process every year, and there's a line item in the council remuneration policy to review that in 2023 or at some point thereafter. I'm suggesting that the formula not be amended, that the task force not be called this term, 2023 or thereafter. So this amendment is when I heard Councillor Richter, you suggested that somehow we're not getting an increase or that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What we're doing is simply not proceeding to review the formula within this term. Mr. Bracken, can you clarify?
But just to drop the dates in the policy, that's all.
But I think that
Leave the process then, as there will be a task force that will review the formula at some future point in time.
Fair enough. So I will accept the amendment. Of course, I already have. I would move on here. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, this is only my third time sitting in this seat, and I have no appetite for any discussions regarding remuneration. This can be brought back, 2 years from now if we want to review the current formulas, but for now, it's dead to me. I don't even want to consider it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think this is attempting to remove the call for a new task force to review the formula from the policy, that the policy remains static, that I would like to see this not be a council priority, that's no desire to review the formula for council remuneration or to strike a task force and get public input and spend time on that. This is simply cleaning up the policy. Of course, at any time, any member of council can file a notice of motion to initiate a review of council remuneration, so I don't support it. Call the question on the amendment, which is this. This is Q8. Amendment fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. So I'm back to the main motion. So Councillor Kuntz, maybe I'll go to you if you want to address your desire, I think, to address item number 2, Brookswood and Murrayville water quality improvements. You have an amendment?
Yeah, I'd just like to remove it from the list.
Okay, that's moved. Is there a
yeah.
seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Would you like to speak to that?
I just think it's too important. It's too far along, and water is just something that's near and dear to everyone. And we all voted, 2 weeks ago to make sure that Fort Langley has, really great water. So I just want to make sure that South Langley also has that same consideration.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to, again, provide some specific rationale to why this is here. It's a significant expenditure by the previous council to embark upon a series of water treatment and capital improvements for the purpose of treating groundwater in these areas. Certainly needed in principle based upon some of the challenges we were having. There was a capital project of significant expenditure which was justified by, I believe, a 5 to 6 year payoff versus switching to Metro Vancouver. I've been very consistent in my position that I believe that we should be heading on a path to having our water, our potable drinking water provided by Metro Vancouver. The feedback from Fort Langley in the past few weeks has been overwhelmingly positive. People have noticed immediately the difference in the water that they're drinking and bathing in and cooking with. And so I have been very consistent. I take the position that we should be looking towards using these funds to potentially decrease the water utilities cost to have the same high quality water from surface water reservoir sources as the remainder of the region. I've been very consistent on that. I believe we're spending money to treat groundwater, and then we'll be spending more money to treat groundwater and more money after that, continually trying to treat groundwater versus Metro Vancouver's surface water sources. This is not a cancellation. This is a suspension to see where it's at, see what the payoff might be, and if it's too far gone, then to finish it. But I believe that that Fort Langley and the results that we've achieved there very quickly by simply turning it off have been overwhelmingly positive. Councillor Van Popta?
Did I speak?
You can come back to you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, just to further that, part of the motion for the Fort Langley, part of the Fort Langley motion was to do further studies on converting other wells. So I think I want that information to come back. So in the meantime, you know, I think suspension of that project is the best way until we get that information to see what kind of costs are involved.
I agree. Councillor Pratt?
Thank you, and I'm happy you mentioned at the end of your comments, Mr. Mayor, that this is the suspension of it, because my concern would originally be that through canceling this per se, we don't know where we're at with what we've improved or what we've fixed.
It may be too late, yeah.
So that's what I want to know, which is why I don't want this eliminated, because if we can save money on this for other purposes that we've made a council priority, I'd be supportive of that, but I want to know exactly how much we've spent on what and what's been improved. So that's why I'd want to see this remain in, but it was a concern. And then just in regards to the Fort Langley water, while we're on that, I've heard the same, that the quality of the water is remarkably improved. One concern I do have moving forward with Fort Langley and the well, and that's one thing that I'd be curious to hear from staff if we're past the point of no return. And as we go forward with potentially studying and removing the wells and going into Metro Vancouver is the rationale behind completely turning off or rendering well 2 effectively useless in perpetuity, because there is always the possibility that we might need.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to, if you want, I'm going to have to try to bring you back to Maryville and previous, cause there is a council direction from previous council meeting on the 14th to decommission well number 2.
Correct?
Yep. Anything else?
Yes, it was okay.
Anything else? So you're on the amendment to remove 2, okay? Councillor Ferguson?
I think it's important to note that we need as much information as possible. And, you know, over the years, you learn more. And the interesting fact that Metro Vancouver does treat its water. And there are different steps and phases to how that's treated. And I like to anecdotal. I talked to my plumber and he says, yes, Fort Langley has a real problem. And I'm glad to hear. But he says, you know what? So do some parts of Surrey. And depending on how far the water is from the actual source depends on how much it's treated and what it looks like. So some parts of Surrey have some challenges with their water, and some parts of Maple Ridge, and other ones are supplied by Metro Vancouver. Another anecdotal, one of my cousins, he double treats his water in Surrey, and he double treated his water from filters in Richmond. So different people use different methods for treating their own water, even though it comes off a pipe. Okay, we also are in a unique situation in Langley where we do have a blended system, and that blended system does work because we're careful about it. And I think I would hate to see a problem with a earthquake or a protest or a lack of rain or other reasons for that potable water coming from Metro Vancouver is jeopardized or challenged. It's important that we have the blended system in place. We treat it, we follow all the procedures, we follow the Canadian water treatment standards or whatever there's called. There's reasons for it. We don't throw the baby well water out with all the other resources. So it's very important that we get all the information together. My last question to Mr. Safey, when that decision was made to proceed with this important capital infrastructure, was it based on science, or was it just basically an engineering decision, just hook up some pipes, if I may, through a chair?
Is that a trick question, Councillor Ferguson, to Mayor Woodward? Is it based on science or is it engineering? I think it's both, because engineering is science. We never put anything in front of council that is not based on science, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Ferguson. So specifically, I agree with everything you said. So I don't know.
In the very next, if I may, through the chair, the very next thing is that not true that the further you are from the source of the actual water, the more treatment or the more difficult it is to get the standards?
Absolutely, yes. There is a need for added chlorination as you get further and further away from the point of chlorination, as well as the cost of, I guess, the energy cost of transmitting the water, because it has to be based on pumping, because it can't all be based on gravity system.
Okay, and the very last thing.
I thought the last one was the very last one.
Well, you better wait. I got a few more after that. Okay, but I'll say that I know what Councillor Richter and some of us sit on Metro Vancouver committees. We know that the cost of water is going up. We know that Metro Vancouver is introducing a DCT for water, and we know that, as the administrator for Metro said, we are charged so much for million liters or something, that is going to go up. So no matter what we do, our user groups for Langley will be paying more for water. We have a fortunate thing. We have a blended system where we can help our citizens out so they don't have to pay for these future costs that we're addressing. Anyway, that was my last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still back at, I actually don't think that we should even have this on the list, and we should just continue the project. I mean, we spent a lot of time, resource, a lot of council discussion on it in our last, and council, voted to move forward with it. And now, we're potentially, we're going to suspend it, but I don't even think that it should even be on the list to talk about it, because it's something that, as far as, we have this resource in the Township of Langley, and water is an incredible resource that many communities would really love to be in our position. And then to consider that maybe Metro Vancouver Water is going to be now probably the next thing on the agenda. I just think it's a little too much too soon, considering that we have so many things that we are now going to be paying for, that this next budget, water is going to be a big cost to the taxpayer. So I just think that it's just a little too soon to maybe even consider this.
Fair enough. I'm just going to add, before I call the question on the amendment to delete item 2, that additional consideration, we are, through the water utility, contributing a significant amount of money towards upgrading Metro Vancouver infrastructure, and we're treating water out of the ground. So just again, I think it's an ideological difference, that there's nothing more important than the water that our residents are consuming and bathing in and cooking with. And I just take the position that Metro Vancouver Water, based on surface water sources, not using our aquifers for water, is the way to go. If council disagrees, council disagrees. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. The amendment fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Pratt opposed. And move on so that deals with that. So I'm going to try to reconcile the two, what I heard Councillor say about removing or transferring I-2. So what I heard was a potential amendment to move Airport View Park on 216th Street from the canceled status to suspended status. And if that... Yeah, but I'm going to, just if I could finish talking. If I'm moving it from the council to the suspended status, and if that succeeds, then a motion could be entertained to just simply remove it. If it's removed, there'd be no opportunity to suspend it versus remove it, if you see the logic there, Councillor Richter.
She wanted it added to the priority.
So if... No, I want to make sure... All right, whatever. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Yes. I asked that it be taken off the cancel list and added to the direct staff to ensure the following capital projects. And that would be added as item number 7, the Grant Ward Airport Park. Now, we could change the dollar value. Clearly, 150 is too low. That was the original estimate. If in 2021, there was another estimate of 360. So my question to staff is, how much of the 360 do we have left? Do we have enough to finish the park?
So I'm going to, before you go to staff, so the challenge, I'm going to, before you move your amendment, is the items under B on page 22 from 1 to 6, direct staff to include for council's consideration. So that would be moving it from sitting within the budget to being now considered within the budget. This would be, I think, not your intent.
No, I want it to happen. So, okay, if that's the
But this is
case,
for
then-
council's consideration projects. These are not
Okay,
approved projects.
Then if we just take number 2 off, then it's still going forward.
So let's
That's
clarify
the
that.
effect of what I want.
Mr. Backen, from what I understand, the project now lacks funding of approximately 200,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it would not proceed unless it's additionally funded or otherwise modified. Councilor Richter?
Okay, it won't be funded. We need another 200,000 to get it done. Do we have to do the design that's there? Could we do a simpler design?
I believe that would involve additional expense, Mr. Backen, to go back and redo the design. Is that correct?
There would be some additional expense, certainly. However, the other approach would simply be to actually provide an envelope that council felt comfortable with and direct staff to go and provide a park amenity within that envelope.
Okay, so the 360 that was there originally, or from 2021, that Mr. Safey referenced, how much of that is left?
We would estimate that so far we spent approximately $30,000.
Okay, so that should be more than enough to finish the park, shouldn't it?
No, Ms. Councilor Richter, I think Mr. Backen just confirmed that it's short by multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars. About 240, if I recall.
So to go to the design that now exists, it would be short, as you referenced, that sum of money. The other opportunity is to go to the envelope of the remaining funds that were authorized and say that, well, we could go back to the beginning and we could simply say that authorize the park to proceed and staff do a design that can be delivered for no more than 150,000 or 320,000. That was whatever's left in the existing budget envelope.
Okay, then that's the wording
Let's
I'll
try to
put
get
in.
this down to an amendment, Councilor Richter. Do you have a proposed amendment?
Yes. That AVP 1000-01, the Grant Ward Airport View Park on 216th Street, go forward in the 2023 budget year with the remaining funds from the 2021 funding that was provided.
Mr. Backen, do you have that? So seconded by Councilor Kuntz, so it's on the floor, so I'll open up an amendment.
I'd like
So
to speak to it.
Yeah,
if
I'll
I
let
could.
you, I just want to confirm that the intent. So this would have it within a defined budget envelope and to achieve a project within that already provided funding, whatever that project may be? Is that the
Yes.
intent?
That's the intent.
That's the intent. Okay, thank you. Councilor Ferguson.
Well, that's what I wanted to, I know there's a lot of banding about here and no criticism of my colleagues. That's why I wanted to look at the information that we've been distributed tonight and defer the decision or group of decisions until the next council meeting. So it gives us and the council an opportunity to review the information provided
So how
to
would,
us.
Ms. Bauer, how does it a deferral of an amendment, how does that even work? Doesn't really work, right? You'd have to vote down the amendment.
The
and-
result would be a deferral of the whole motion.
Motion, that's correct. So Councilor Ferguson, I believe you'd have to vote against this amendment and then move a deferral of this item to the next council meeting?
Is that what you said? If I may, I have to, it's a new policy as of tonight.
No, I don't
No,
think so.
it would take, you can't defer just part of an amendment you can't defer part of a motion. You can only defer a whole motion. So in this case, if you'd like to defer this part, you would have to defer the whole motion.
Do I have to defeat?
Or move division and then, but even that's not structured for division, right?
It's not really structured for
No.
division, no.
Okay, we'll have to, I'll have to wait for the.
Okay, okay, great. Councilor Pratt?
So the intent of the amendment that's on the table is to, within the $360,000 funding envelope that was carried over from 2021, to complete a park of whatever design is possible within that $360,000. That's the intent.
Bracken, is that correct interpretation?
Less the approximate 30,000 that's been spent to date, so it would
Correct.
be about 330,000 envelope left.
And reviewing the communication that we did get relatively close to the start of this meeting, but I believe, Mr. Bracken, through yourself, or through your worship to Mr. Bracken, is this letter, which somehow I was the only counselor not CC'd on, but that's okay. Is this from the delegate, the email, originally?
No, this is actually from staff, so this
Okay.
is what we put together to answer some of the concerns.
So if I'm understanding the second paragraph or second line in that email correctly, there could theoretically be a design for a simple park, a relatively simple park, for approximately $100,000. It's still named the Grant Ward Airport View Park. It still memorializes a member of council, but it's something that could be accomplished within the currently funded envelope.
Effectively correct. If council could actually revert to a lower number, which given the process we're underway now is, I think we'd have to actually either process this motion and then go to an amendment, or defeat this motion and introduce the amendment if we wish to lower the amount of the envelope. So the example would be to lower the envelope from what it is now to $100,000 or $150,000.
Sorry, I don't want to lower it. I think within the $330,000 we have left, I think it's reasonable to expect that if we built a park for that amount of money, we save the $220,000 we'd be saving by striking or by canceling this project per this motion, because that's all we're saving in the grand scheme of things. We're saving $220,000.
No, we're, in theory, with the amendment, yes, we're no longer calling back $600,000. We are calling back approximately $140,000.
Correct. So we're not saving the $600,000.
No,
per this
well, we would if we proceeded with the motion as drafted. We would receive approximately $660,000.
Correct, but then there's
sorry,
Yes,
$560,000.
so then there's no Airport View Park named in honor of Grant Ward, if that goes through, correct?
If this motion as written, it contemplates no park at the airport. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, so I'm still a little fuzzy on where we are with amendments and comments.
Madam Clerk, can you read back the amendment, please?
Effectively, the amendment would remove the Airport View Park as being not done, and have it done using the funds that were procured for the 2021 funding, which was approximately $36,000, of which Mr. Bracken has indicated $360,000, of which Mr. Bracken has said $30,000 is spent.
Does that clarify, Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, so I still fundamentally have concerns about the scope creep on this project, how we even went from doubling it from 150 to 330 that we would be spending. So I'm kind of, I don't know process-wise how we could kind of capture what Councillor Ferguson was saying with just having this item deferred so that we can dig into the process on how we got even to this point, because I think it's unfortunate that we are having this conversation right now. We obviously need to look at some policies in scope creep and approving of budgets outside of the council table to get to this position. So I don't know process-wise. I want to have this particular item deferred for now somehow.
Well, I think you found a solution earlier, which I tried to broker, which was to move it to suspend.
Okay, can I do that within that?
You'd have to vote this amendment down first, and then move an amendment to move it to suspend, which keeps it alive while
Okay.
you collect information.
I will be doing
Which
that if this gets.
Which I believe accommodated everybody, but that wasn't acceptable. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, I just had one idea. Number one is, I think, $1.7 million and $500,000 for the Smithview and the Jericho Reservoir. Seeing as how those will be canceled, I think that we could probably find that extra money for the View Park. Would that be possible? And then if you add up number 1 to number 8, it's like almost $25 million that we're considering suspending. Maybe that there's going to be some funding that we could use for just to finish the View Park in a really. I remember the Derek Doubleday Arboretum and the building that is sitting there, and that was supposed to be built by I believe the Rotary, and then they came up and they said, "Oh yeah, no, we're going to build that," and then they fell short, and I believe it was council. Yeah, we had to actually support that work. But aren't we glad that we did? That place is amazing and people come from everywhere. I guess this is my point, is like we can do something half, I won't use the word mule, but we can do something half or we can do something really great there. I mean, the Langley has an airport. Why don't we just, celebrate that little chunk? And, people are going to come and really appreciate that there's a park there. So those are my thoughts. And if we could maybe, however it works out, if we suspend it, let's just make sure that, we have something that is actually, people are going to be proud of.
So on the amendment to proceed with it with the existing budget envelope, you're speaking to that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Councillor Richter? Sorry, your mic is off. There we go. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, no, I just think it's wrong to either remove this or suspend it. This is a memorialization to a person who has always been a very strong volunteer in the community for as long as he's lived here. And I think it's just disrespectful to the family. It's, they've approved it, they've announced it. It's wrong that we're even debating taking this off. It should not be done. And suspending it, that's like a double whammy to the family, my opinion.
Councillor Pratt?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'll keep it very brief because I know we want to get to the amendment and then we'll get to the motion. But, I completely understand the aversion for scope creep and the fear of costs going overrun. I mean, we have a precedent from this meeting, H1. Local area service plan went over budget, we approved it anyways. So
they're paying for that.
Correct. So there's no reason morally to stay opposed to certain projects having scope creep. We're in the public service. A lot of projects have scope creep. And I want to just understand fully the rationale why this specific project was kind of highlighted for cancellation as opposed to suspension. That would be my number one question, and that's what I want to get to, because I don't disagree with you, Mr. Mayor, that suspension would potentially solve what we're trying to solve, but I just want to know why it was on the cancellation
Certainly,
list.
Paul, by time, so move on here. So on the amendment to, just clarify again, on the amendment to basically pull it out from cancellation and proceed with it under the previously approved budget envelope with whatever design that will yield. I don't support that because I think there's a better path forward here to potentially get some more information. I simply hold the position that a park at Langley Airport for $600,000 isn't competitive with other priorities that I'm hearing in the community, from baseball diamonds in North Langley that are not safe. People are getting injured on the field, to issues with the Yorkson Community Park that aren't finished, to traffic calming initiatives, to the need for some additional dog park priorities. There's a whole range of potential projects. A park at the airport is not something that I can personally consider to be a priority, so I've raised it for council's attention as a motion to consider. Now, if council wants to proceed with this project for a park at the airport, it can certainly do that. But I feel that $2.8 million in savings is significant and a very challenging contributions to capital budget year, and it's for council's consideration. It's got nothing to do with who it's named after. It's got to do with this $600,000 capital project at the airport. So on that, I will call the question on the amendment to proceed with it under previous budget envelopes. Q2. The amendment fails with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rint, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popta, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. So I'm going to go to Councillor Van Popta. You had an amendment to move it to suspended?
Yes, I'd like to move it to suspend, and also to explore other funding sources to make up the balance from the 150 original budget. And also, if that is not to be able to be, if we're unsuccessful finding other funding sources, through either the foundation or private groups, that we amend the current design back. I fully, sorry, that's the end of my amendment, just to speak to
Yeah,
it.
do you want to move the amendment? Yeah. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Pratt to relocate it to suspended. Now, can you clarify the additional information you would like? Is that?
Yeah,
as
so
part of your
just to speak to the scope creep, I mean, obviously that happens in every industry and every project, but we're talking about a 75% scope creep. It's not something that we can, unfortunately, we can't overlook that type of process that's created a 75% increase in the cost of a project. I think that's a major red flag, and unfortunately it's tied to somebody who's very valued in this community in terms of name and memorialization. And again, that has this move here has nothing to do with the person that it's moved over. I have some other ideas later that I'll bring forward to make sure that this member of our community is memorialized. But in terms of a 75% scope creep, we need to be concerned.
I see Councillor Ferguson on the amendment to move
Yes,
it to suspended.
certainly on the amendment. I think so. I think Councillor Van Popta wants to have it suspended to review some of the funding formula, to review some of the, I guess, features and other design or whatever they want to call that. And then you want to, are you going to be bringing back a subsequent motion?
Yeah, other later on.
Not, I don't think in this meeting, in the future, at a subsequent meeting of council.
I'll be asking for a memo later.
So the way I would clarify is this: if is moved from cancel to suspend, it says here very clearly suspend work on these projects, which is already suspended, as may be needed and applicable with additional direction by council. It would be reconsidered as part of the 2023 budget process. Okay. I'll speak to it if you're done, but does that clarify that this will?
That's going
it's
to the
already
2023
suspended.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it'll be reconsidered along with other capital projects.
Yeah. So now I understand. Thank you.
No other speakers. If anybody wants to weigh in, I think I'm going to support this. Let's keep the project alive. Let's reconsider it as part of the 2023 budget process, and have more information. Councillor Ferguson has asked for time to get some more information. Councillor Van Popta is going to consider how to proceed with it, and maybe there is a compromise here that can be found. So I'll call the question on moving it to suspended. Q8. That passes, that carries with Councillor Richter opposed. So back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Richter.
I think I've said all I need to say on this. I'm not supporting it. 4% tax increase is ridiculous. Like, that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Councillor Van Popta.
Sorry, I didn't know I had the button pushed. I didn't push the button.
Good. Okay. Councillor Pratt, main motion as amended.
I'm in the same boat as Councillor
Same
Van
boat.
Popta.
Okay. So, not seeing anything else. I appreciate this. I think this is I appreciate council's feedback. I can appreciate that. Asking to suspend and cancel projects is a difficult one. I think there's a lot of good work in here, a lot of discussion with management, and just from being on the previous council for 4 years, seeing a lot of areas for improvement of the budget process. And I want to highlight again, item A, 4%. It says here target total property tax increase. It's a benchmark for staff to consider. Item B, to outline for council's consideration a range of additional operating items to add or remove at council's discretion. This is not direction to create a 4% property tax increase. And with that, I will call the question on Q8. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. I'm going to move on here now to Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Now for something completely uncontroversial in streets. So I'll move the motion as filed.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I won't speak to the whereas clauses, but the intent of the motion is to improve overall vehicle, pedestrian, and eventually cycling safety in the township. I'm sure that many of my councillors or fellow councillors have already heard me say and use the expression, you don't build a bridge based on how many people you see swimming across the river. If we want to actually become a community that encourages walkability encourages people to actually use modes of transportation besides just their private cars. I think we actually need to take tangible steps to get there. This is one of the areas where we can improve on, I believe. The other one is obviously giving people something to walk to, but that's not the point of this one. So the first, therefore, be it resolved clause speaks specifically to a report that I'd be hoping to get from staff, specifically in regards to improving or changing the minimum standard in the subdivision and servicing bylaw, which guides the form and character of the arterial roads we build, specifically looking at building the raised medians that we have in some areas of the community already. You can think of 208 Street as you're going north on Willoughby, where you have a raised median but there's no trees. This is simply adding the requirement to have the appropriate urban trees planted within those medians for a couple of reasons. One is it's been shown to improve safety overall, reduces speed, and that is, for me, a major concern and a major priority. Secondly, it obviously enhances our tree canopy, which for this council and previous council has been shown to be a major priority. And third, as we're dealing with more of the effects of climate change, we're going to need to make sure that there's better permeability, there's more actual retention for rainwater, so this helps that as well. The second part of section 1 talks about curb extensions at intersections and along arterial roads. This is a physical change to a lot of the intersections that actually shortens the amount of space and distance that pedestrians have to travel. It makes the drivers more aware of the pedestrians that are already in the intersection. So it's a tangible change to increase safety. Those two pieces are specifically asked for in a report, so it's not directing staff to actually go and do that yet. I'd like to get all the information we can. Section 2 or clause 2, it's a vague paragraph, I understand, but there is a tangible example in the township of something like this already existing. If you can think of Willowbrook Drive, 197th, at that intersection, when it's the pedestrians' turns to go, they get basically a 2 to 3 second, I might be off on the exact number, but a very short head start to actually get into the intersection, start crossing the street before the light turns green and the vehicle traffic can go. This is proven to show that actually it increases pedestrian safety, gives them a chance to get in there, and so that the drivers are aware that they're there. The third clause is moving towards what a lot of cities, even in the Lower Mainland, are doing, where they're reducing or eliminating the use of the pedestrian buttons at intersections. So what this would do is it would just direct staff to implement a system where in Willowbrook and Willoughby specifically, the neighborhoods where we have the most walkability, or we're trying to get the most walkability, when you come to an intersection and the traffic cycle changes, you automatically have pedestrian right of way. So nothing really changes except for the fact that pedestrians can always go. Again, gives them a head start, gives them a safety advantage. And finally, the fourth clause in the motion speaks to a study and a report from council or a report from staff on the possibility of parking along urban arterials overnight. This is a practice that we see in Vancouver. If you think of Broadway, Grandview Highway, overnight when the 2 traffic lanes aren't needed, people have the ability to park there. And it accomplishes a couple things. One is it gives people in the area a chance to actually have a life, in the sense of if you're having people over, we know there's parking problems in Willoughby already. This helps alleviate that. And secondly, for those people who are, again, having parking problems, but they just want to be able to park their car before and after work, this is an option. Specifically looking to study the best practices in other municipalities in terms of the hours, and having conversations with fellow councillors on the challenges of what hours we might allow parking. So that's what this motion is trying to accomplish, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Councillor Richter?
Yes, I was just wondering if the intent of this report will include the costs of these changes to come back, or do we need an amendment to include costs?
Mr. Bracken?
We likely to be consistent with their previous actions in the meeting should probably have an amendment to include a cost analysis if that's what we want to proceed with.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that amendment on the required changes and cost analysis.
I'll second it if I can.
We may as well dispose of that right now. Councillor Pratt seconds. Councillor Richter, you'd like to speak to the amendment?
No, I just think
Good.
we got to start paying attention to what we're spending here.
Okay, so I'll call, and I see no speakers, I'll call the question on the amendment to add items, cost items to that. Q9. That carries with, oh, I didn't mean to vote against that. I'm in favor of that. I have to vote and complete the vote at the same time. Still getting used to that. Councillor Van Popta opposed, that carries. Councillor Richter, did you have something else? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yes, for clarification, I'd like to propose, I'd like to call it a friendly amendment, but they don't exist anymore, is that on the therefore be it resolved staff report, the staff report on all four, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, I
so
think
that would
I'll
be
come back.
consist-
I'll come back to you for that. I have another speaker, but I
Okay.
think I had a similar concern. Councillor Kunst?
So we're in other business now after, we're not on the last, okay, never mind. Okay. Just trying to keep track here.
No, we're still on Q9
Yeah.
as amended. Yeah.
Oh, as amended,
As
so we're not moving on to the next thing. We haven't voted on that.
We haven't called the question on Q9 as
Oh,
amended
okay,
yet.
okay, I'll wait until we do
Wait,
that.
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Come back to you. Councillor Ferguson?
Business.
You had an amendment to itemize 2 and 3 as a staff report as well, is that correct?
All four would be
All
staff
four.
report.
So just before we take that amendment, Madam Clerk, how would you like that worded such that therefore be it resolved that number 2, staff report back on the township expanded use, and then number 3, staff report back on within areas of Willoughby? Would that be sufficient amendment to capture Councillor Ferguson's intent? Councillor Ferguson, that works for you? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Ferguson?
Nope.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah,
On the amendment.
Yeah, I definitely like the amendment because when people start planning roads, very often they forget about access. Councillor Pratt and I have talked about this quite a bit. So I want to really be consistent as we go through all four of these with staff reports, also considering the effects this will have on access for emergency vehicles. You know, the police and the ambulance drive smaller vehicles and they have the ability to weasel around a lot better than fire trucks do. Fire trucks sometimes get hedged in. Some genius a number of years ago decided instead of everyone going to the right curb, they then said go to the closest curb. So what happens now is you try to weave through the traffic, which results in a code 3 response time for fire engines in Vancouver of 20 kilometers an hour. So if you've got a heart attack, do you really want your emergency response coming at 20 K? So I strongly support a staff report on all four of them. And thanks, Councillor Pratt.
Good. So on the amendment, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. So back to the main motion as amended. Not seeing any other speakers, I'll call the question on Q9 as amended. That carries unanimously. You're good? You meant to vote in favor of that? Yeah, okay. Other business, is there any other business? Councillor Kunst.
Okay, so further to the presentation that we had on the tree bylaw, I'd like to refer it back to staff to bring amendments for council's consideration, advising us how to improve the process for residents regarding some of the problems that we're facing.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Richter. I'm going to open that up. Is there any speakers? I'll take that. I think we had the presentation and I think we discussed that. I don't think a notice of motion is required.
Okay.
Any speakers to that? Do you want to speak to it some more? Or is
Nope,
that
nope,
good?
that's all.
Okay, so
Pardon
Ms.
me?
Bauer, can you read back the motion, please?
The amendment is that the tree bylaw be referred back to staff for amendments to.
I don't know if we're referring the tree bylaw, but to maybe follow up on the staff presentation with a written, written report on recommendations for improvements. Is that to the issues raised? Is that fair, Councillor Kunz? Okay. Do you have that, Ms. Bauer?
Yeah.
Is that good? Does that work for the seconder? You good with that? Who seconded? Councillor Richter, does that work for you? That motion being slightly twisted? Okay. Councillor Pratt?
So just curious, Your Worship, the reason why you don't feel the need for a motion is because would potentially address this through other means? Is that-
Because there was a presentation, we've had a notice of motion already to address concerns about the tree bylaw. We've been presented from staff on some potential challenges. It's a staff report to follow up with some recommendations. If there's subsequent direction that want to be more prescriptive, that could be done by notice of motion. Mr. Backen, you don't anticipate this coming back for probably a while, right? A month or two?
It'd certainly be January at the earliest.
Yeah, so if there's a notice of motion that a member of council wishes to bring forward to be more prescriptive, to add to that process, we certainly have time to do that. That's why I accepted it.
Yep.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. Not seeing any other speakers, I'll call Councillor Kuntz,
Sorry.
said something else?
No, yeah, sorry, are
You have a
we
new
voting
one?
on that?
No, we got to vote on it, call the question, and you can come back
Okay,
to you for more?
thank you.
Okay, so call the question on that referral or staff report. What do we have? Q5, I guess. That carries unanimously. I'm going to go back to Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
So back in July, I had put forward a motion about the atrocious cell service for pretty much the Township of Langley. So there was a memo in the last, I think it was December 1 distribution. So I'd just like to request that staff bring forward a list of potential amendments to the telecommunications master plan for council's consideration. So I don't know if you want to take that as a motion or if I should bring that back next.
Yeah, for the
next
sake
week.
of 1 week, can you bring that back?
Absolutely.
Bring that back as a notice of
Yep.
motion? Yeah,
Yep.
I think that would be good. You good with
Yep.
that?
Yep.
Okay with that? Anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
everything. Thanks.
Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, I have a couple of items. I don't know, again, a little fuzzy here. I don't necessarily want to make a notice of motion right now, but if I could get some memos to council. I'd like to have a memo to council regarding the 96th Avenue bike lane grant. I talked to it a bit about at the last council meeting. There's been a lot of chatter. I personally witnessed it. We had some conversations with other councillors regarding the delineators that are along 96 that were a part of a grant project. I would like to have a memo just regarding what is the cost, process, and timeline to get rid of the delineators on 96th Avenue? And then also, what is the history of this grant within the Township of Langley, including if anyone was asking for it, this bike lane? Is anyone actually using it? Mind you, it's kind of hard to figure that out right now with snow. And is it even wide enough to be safe? Because right now we've got cars driving in the middle of 96th Avenue because it's very narrow now with these delineators. They're always knocked down. So what type of time are we investing into this project, and was it even wanted?
Mr. Bracken, that sounds like a pretty extensive memo. Sounds more like a staff report to me. Would you concur?
Or a staff report.
So for the sake of 1 week, maybe you can get a notice of motion filed for Wednesday. Does that work for you?
If somebody helps me with verbiage, yep.
I think Mr. Bracken would be more than happy to, or Mr. Seffi, you could more than happy with that verbiage. I think they've captured your intent and they
Okay.
can put that. I think a notice of motion, given you asked for cost, how to remove them, are they safe? That sounds like a report.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else?
Yes.
Yep.
So also then regarding the 216th and Glover Road railway crossing that's been sitting 80% done for probably a good year to a year and a half. I'd just like to receive a memo from staff to council on what steps have been taken to apply pressure to Hydro and to the Minister of Transportation to complete this project. They're both provincial entities, Crown Corporation and Ministry of Transportation, and yet it's sitting here indefinitely. So what have we been doing to put pressure on this project?
Yeah, Mr. Bracken, I think the last time we saw an update on this in written form was July. I went back and looked. Does that sound about right?
Mr. Backen's looking at me, Your Worship,
Yeah.
and I don't recall. I don't have the memory that he does. I believe there may have been subsequent communications with individual members of council, which could have been a memo, but could have been individual communication. So, well, we can certainly provide a memorandum.
Just an update on the status and,
Yep.
and what steps have been taken. I think we can accommodate that with a memo, Mr. Bracken. Yeah, okay, that's good. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, just one last
Okay,
item.
yeah.
I don't know, again, this might be too broad, so it might be just a notice of motion maybe for next week, but I'd just like to delve into the process regarding the extensive conversations we had regarding the Airport View Park and how we got to this place with extensive scope creep and approval of budget transfers, whether it's divisionally within the parks budget or otherwise. I saw the September memorandum where it talked about the transfer of 300,000 to this project, but there was no council meetings, I don't believe, at that time. So how did that occur? And
We might be able to resolve that verbally, because I've asked the same question. There was a memo, which I believe I distributed, that highlighted for council of the day that other projects were canceled to make up for the additional $200,000 that was required. Is that true, Mr. Beck? Maybe we could deal with this verbally rather than worry about it. But it also, with the motion passed, it will be an item for discussion during the budget process. Mr. Beck and his staff can certainly
I just
assemble.
want to close that loophole. Is where I'm
certainly
going.
assemble that as part of the budget deliberations.
No, definitely, Your Worship. I'm not sure it was canceled as much as that there was surplus funds from other projects. I certainly can't recall.
Okay.
Could have been some of both. And the
Surplus funds from other projects. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
another project
Yeah,
may
yeah,
have
yeah,
cost.
I understand. Prior year surplus, essentially.
It would have went to that eventually, but if a project came in $100,000 under budget, that was where the source of the funds was. It would have went to surplus.
Not going to other projects.
You're correct.
Correct, yeah, thank you.
And that was because it was caught in the hiatus between the July 27th last council meeting and the council meeting of, the events of October the 15th, I guess I would say, and then the subsequent meetings thereafter. In those circumstances and consultations, in situations of emergent conditions, whether they be emergency or between council meetings, we consult with the mayor to determine what the best course of action would be. And in that case, because of the support that was generated by council, the thought process was to simply advise council what was taking place and advance the process. As we got further into the process, then once we were aware of the events and some of the concerns there were about affordability of our tax rates and some of the capital priorities we had, at that point, then that's when I asked for a halt on the project, at least so we could actually revisit it to see some of the issues that were raised, such as the costs. So
Subject to council direction.
correct, yeah.
So I don't know if you want that sort of itemized in writing, or we can include that as part of the budget process for you.
Yeah, we can include it as part of the budget process, but I'd like to visit this as possibly a policy or bylaw. Maybe there's a loophole or something that we can close that this doesn't happen again. I think this is really unfortunate.
Mr. Bracken, you can take that under advisement and maybe include that as part of the project's consideration and get some history of the project included in the budget presentation.
Yep.
Does that work for you, Mr. Bracken? Okay. Not seeing anyone else. Anybody else? No? You got another one, Councilor? Okay, go ahead. No?
Sorry.
As much time as you need. Go ahead.
Just in regards to park naming, I know that there's a policy out there. I'd like it's currently just a policy, and I believe that there's no bylaw regarding how we name our parks and the requirements around that. I'd like to see that formalized with maybe looking at other jurisdictions like the school board and how they come up to those conclusions about having fantastic members of our community.
So I might want to assist with that. I mean, that sounds like a notice of motion to potentially look at a revision to that policy, Mr. Bracken. That would be a notice of motion, I think.
There's two components to it, Your Worship, just so we're clear. One component is how we would name things, and there is a policy on that, generally speaking, about the person being deceased and having a significant contribution to the township, et cetera, for our assets. There's also a further policy that was a joint policy with a third party, being the school district, about joint naming of school and park sites. I guess I put it away. The idea was that there would be consensus. Previous school boards have revisited that and felt it very important to name school sites after individuals as opposed to by location. And as a consequence, we have a framework that may no longer being applied. So we can certainly try to articulate those two items as long as we understand what your priority is.
The goal is, I think, Mr. Bracken, too, it's possible if you could distribute that policy document to all members of council, maybe you could review that and consider some potential reforms to, I think it has to come forward in a notice of motion.
Yeah, that's
form.
fine.
Yeah.
So just to clarify though, so would we apply this then as a bylaw? Transferred into a bylaw?
Right now, it's a council policy document which dictates the process to follow, but it's adopted by resolution. It is not a bylaw.
Okay.
So it can be changed by resolution, and it dictates outlines the process for staff and council to follow on something like this. There is potential maybe to reform that and potentially depoliticize it if that's the direction you're looking for.
Yeah. Just scratching the
But I
surface
think
at
it's
this point.
something you'd have to consult with staff potentially on a notice of motion process if you're looking to have that reviewed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor Van Putten?
No, I'm done now.
Okay, you're done.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anything else. I'll move to item R, motion to resolve into special closed. I'll get a mover for that. Moved by Councilor Kunst, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Does anyone, oh, Councillor Richter.
I'd like to add a personnel item.
Personnel. Anything, not seeing anything else. Oh, Councillor Van Popta.
I'd like to add a land item,
Property item.
property.
Property item, good. Not seeing anything else. Oh, Councillor Bailey.
I'd like to add a property item.
Right, not seeing anything else. To call the question on that, Ms. Bauer, I'm not sure. You have to call the question. I'll call the question on that. On our,
Did we get a mover and seconder? Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
there was,
Sorry.
yeah. Vote in favor of that. I hate this software. I really hate this software. Oh, man, it's really, there we go. That carries unanimously, thank you. Okay, we'll resolve into special close, thank you.
We need a motion to
Need a
terminate?
termination, motion to terminate, moved by Councillor Martins, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Anyone opposed to termination? Thank you. Mr. Bracken will resolve into special close at 5:45. Does that work? Thank you.